Fox Plays has claimed first for this stream.
kicking off your workday with a fresh-baked feline frenzy.
You're watching and listening to Nyongo Bongo Dongo.
Now let's get this bread.
Good morning, Yan Bells. Happy Friday morning, everybody. Congratulations. Thank you for the headpad as well, Nicole, by the way. Perfect timing on that. Happy Friday to everybody. We finally made it to the weekend. Hopefully having a wonderful day so far. It's currently... Even Louie's joining in on the fun. Even Fox Play's joining in. Holy shit. Now, of course, it wouldn't be Louie without throwing things at me. Now, of course, see Louie right in front of me. That being said, we'll get to that in a second. But, of course, first and foremost, it is currently 8:16 a.m. on the West Coast, Best Coast on Friday, November 22nd. It is 22 on the 11. That being said, because... as it is Friday, and first and foremost, congratulations, Fox Plays, for redeeming the first close race between you and Nikora. Happy Friday, everybody. Nikora, I saw you waiting there before, but of course, Fox Plays just sneaking in there, clever like a fox, getting the first and then sneaking out from under you. Super close between two of you, but that being said, it is, of course, Friday, so you all know what that means. Let's roll the fucking clip.
It's Fuck Friday, you fucking losers. It's Fuck Friday. It's Fuck Friday, you fucking losers. It's Fuck Friday. Everybody now. It's Fuck Friday, you fucking losers. It's Fuck Friday. It's Fuck Friday, you fucking...
Happy Flat Fuck Friday, everybody. Shout out to Gators Daily for that one. Now, in addition to Fox and Decora, also good morning, Solaris. Good morning, Greek and Cat as well. Good to see you both as always. Doing flat coloring right now. Hell, you get those flat lines in. Hopefully not flat line. That is not be a good thing to do before the weekend. But you get those flat coloring in, do what you got to do. Get those lines done as well. Now, as it is Friday, we're of course doing the Friday morning 2-for-1. Joining me today is our field commander for the Sunday squad, Mr. Louie. And we also got Undead Sloth saying hello as well. Louie, how are you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good. Just hanging free.
Free hanging. Hey, free hang. I was gonna say free hanging, maybe free balling, depending on how you're lounging the Friday morning. Well, I guess it's probably Friday evening where you are. Exactly. Free hanging just not got him.
Oh yeah. I'm like about 13 hours ahead of you or something. So yeah, it's not a Friday for me. It's a fucking Saturday.
Oh, it's already Saturday morning.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I guess it's
12 a.m. Like it's 12:18 a.m. on a Saturday.
Oh yeah. So yeah, just kicked over the Friday night. Nice. Well, happy Saturday morning to you.
Wow. You know,
I mean, hey, you could also technically say that our tactical streams last a full day, right? In a way.
Any day a tactical stream is a good day, in my opinion.
Very true. Very true. So look at that being said, then, I mean, hey, y'all know my sleep schedule is fucked up as it is. So like midnight for me is technically early in terms of the day starting. Yeah, exactly. What is a sleep schedule, right?
I literally have a coffee cup that says that. Not gonna lie,
I love that. Daytime runs on coffee, nighttime runs on daytime runs on coffee, nighttime's when the coffee runs out. There we go. That's what I meant to say. But that being said, are you ready to begin the Friday morning 2-for-1?
Yeah, sure.
All right, let's go.
It's the Friday morning 2-for-1 with Nyongo Bongo Dongo.
Every Friday morning, we're bringing you double the VTubers for none of the price.
I'm not even selling shirts!
So let's get ready to meet today's guest, recap the work week, and say hello to the weekend.
Because the Friday morning 2-for-1 with Nyonko Ponko Tonko starts right now.
And here's some coffee, because you can sleep when you're dead. Exactly, Fox. That being said, we're going to kick off with the first set of questions. We're going to kick off, of course, with the 5 W's. So who are you? What do you do? Where do you do it? When? And for how long you been doing it? VTubing specifically.
So yeah, I'm Louis661. I am a tactical VTuber from the Philippines. What I do is immersive tactical gameplay. I play these more realistic FPS games. No, not Call
Oi.
of Duty and whatnot. We're talking about games like Insurgency Sandstorm,
Actual
Ready or
tactical
Not,
games.
Squad. Yeah, actual tactical games that kind of require you to use your head a bit. Otherwise, you're just going to
Exactly.
get schwacked.
In the head, usually. Use your head or lose your head. There we go.
Yeah, if you don't use it, you're going to lose it. Doctors will tell you that, right?
Exactly.
It literally is that. Nyanko is Nyanko being my boss here. He does roll with us on Sunday Squad and whatnot. So yeah, he does kind of get the first-hand experience of the ups and downs of more realistic tactical FPS games and whatnot, though. But
Especially when you're in
it's,
high ready or low ready.
Oh yeah, I definitely like to be on high ready and whatnot. That's my kind of preference.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, when do I do it? I usually so
Oh, fuck yeah. Full 10 hours.
that's the thing.
Congratulations.
When I do it, I usually cater it to my North American audience, since the majority of that, despite me broadcasting from the,
Ooh, flavor
the
chips.
Philippines and whatnot,
Mhm.
I'm a full 13 hours ahead and whatnot. No, I am not going to be telling you the lucky numbers for the lottery. But
That's not how time zones work.
Dude, I've been asked that the whole entire time, and it's getting fucking
Really?
annoying.
Like, is it like I said? Obviously, they're just little guys asking it as a joke, right? But it's still just like, is anybody asking you it like unironically, or is it just like every
I don't
time?
know.
It's,
It's,
just,
I
it's
don't
like
know,
asking a tall
maybe
person like
it
how the
feels
weather
like
up
it's a
there.
joke. I guess maybe it's just a joke to saying like hey, hi from the future or something or whatnot. But that's the thing. It's so frequent with me that I'm believing that like people are legitimately asking me. It's just happening so frequently because again, time zones, 13 hours ahead and whatnot.
Yeah.
But yeah, for me when I stream, I'm usually around 11:30 p.m. GMT plus 8. And so the most easiest way
Yeah, and AGO
for
good to see
people
as
that's
well.
in North America, if it's like 11:30 p.m. for me, or wait, yeah, if it's 11:30 p.m. for me, then it's 11:30 a.m. for them. In the past, one day behind me. That's basically it.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, again, time zones are quite a bitch to get down though. But at least coming from Southeast Asia, that's the most easiest that I can be able to I can be able to tell people.
True.
When to catch. When it's nighttime for me, it'll be morning for them.
And it works for me because my awake time's all over the place. So,
I
so it.
really hate it. Oh, sorry.
I was gonna say. So it's like, there's nothing else I'd rather be doing at like 5 a.m. my time. To be honest. But I will say though, like I am now for one, ever since I started running the Sunday Squad, you have definitely taught me well in terms of the ways of tactical FPS. I do appreciate I definitely have to appreciate all the hard work that you put into both running our sessions and well, just whatever you do in general for all the tactical training that you do. But in addition to that, I was also going to say, there are actually a surprising amount of VTubers from the Philippines than I expected, especially in the both in the tactical side and the general side. How many other? I was gonna say like how many other VTubers do you know from the Philippines in general? But it's like, I guess how would you say like the VTubing scene in general is kind of in the Philippines? Fun fact, Fox is fun fact: most of these schools in the U.S. don't teach about time zones because the only time zone they got in the U.S. is freedom time. Cries and blood.
What the fuck is a kilometer? Yeah, we always speak.
The
of
only
freedom.
killing I want to be doing is on the battlefield, not in my speedometer.
But yeah, to answer your question about that, you can say that my kind of content as a VTuber, especially in the VTubing scene coming out from the Philippines, you can consider me as like quite one hell of a niche.
Mm-hmm.
Because a majority of content of VTubers from the Philippines, or like content creators in general, when it comes to like gaming, majority of content creators in the Philippines are streaming like mainstreamed kind of games, very like AAA titles and whatnot, competitive multiplayer games that like Valorant, Call of Duty,
The arena shooters.
League of arena shooters, yeah, and
Yeah.
like again, all of those mainstream types of games, with League of Legends and Dota 2, and all those kinds of games, those are considered king here. So like anyone that is streaming games that are kind of outside of those kinds of games,
Yeah.
usually that makes people here in the Philippines kind of refer to like whatever the closest thing is. So
Oh,
like
fucking
let's
fucks.
say for example, I'm streaming Insurgency Sandstorm, right?
Mm-hmm.
A game that is not all that known
Yeah.
to most folks, especially here in the internet cafes. Yes, I know that kind of term is foreign to some folks, especially my.
No, we got them here too.
Audience. Net cafes.
Yeah. At least we did for a little bit. They're mainly in like they're primarily like Asian run, so like Chinese and whatnot.
Yeah, usually net cafes are usually a relevant thing here in Asia, but yeah, majority of things that I've seen coming out of the Philippine content creation space is, or at least in gaming, is like mainstream games. So we're talking about Valorant or anything that is
Hey,
like
Paturo
multiplayer
Pal.
competitive,
Just say
Rainbow
yeah.
Six Siege, Call of Duty, Valorant, Dota, League, and all that stuff. That is the usual kind of content that most folks inside and outside of the Philippines would expect people to be making. And for anyone else that is like outside,
I
or
guess in
like
general,
that's
they kind of
different from
became rarity.
that, for like example, me when I'm playing Insurgency Sandstorm, these other games, Ready or Not, 0 Hour, Squad, and all this stuff, all the games that you and I have been playing during the Sunday Squad segment, not much people would actually get, or at least
True.
where I'm streaming from, not people would actually
And as well, good to
get
see you.
what that is, or like they don't even know what the game is. They're entirely new to that, especially to games that like observe more realistic mechanics to it, or like emphasize on more like team-based coordinations, cooperation, what have you,
Yeah.
or anything that's like milsim.
As opposed to
That
the one man
is
Rambo.
Kind of, yeah. Again, that's the thing that I've seen like most streamlined multiplayer competitive FPS games usually have, where despite you being on a team and like everyone on your team is trying to like accomplish a task of winning against the other team and
Yeah.
whatnot, I don't really like the whole notion where despite that everyone is on a team and I'm doing this in air quotes, working together to beat the other team. At the
Yeah.
very end of it, most arcade competitive multiplayer games put one
Yeah,
particular
Globe City as well.
person who happens to stand out from the team and put them
Yeah.
on a pedestal, and they
Yeah,
say
the
that they are
MVP.
the MVP and whatnot.
Yeah.
So I'm not
Thanks,
too much
Overwatch.
of yes, something like that, or like Rainbow Six Siege and whatnot, in which like those kinds of games like Call of Duty, Rainbow Six Siege, some people probably might misconstrue or like misconceptualize that these games are the hardcore tactical FPS games and whatnot.
Yeah.
So like milsim folks like to play.
Oh,
It's like,
God.
no.
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 They're
that's not
basically just
exactly
arena
it.
shooters with tactical characteristics.
Yes, aesthetically, it is tactical, and I usually give it the name, or I usually call these kinds of games as tactical
Yeah.
and whatnot. Call of Duty.
It's like
Rainbow
Forza
Six
versus
Siege.
like iRacing versus Forza, basically.
Mhm.
Because
Yeah.
Forza's a lot more. Horizon, I guess, is a lot more like. It's got all the aesthetics of like a proper racing game, but all the physics are super arcadey compared to like an actual like race sim, for example. But that comparison into like FPS kind of thing.
I do see some of my
Hey,
friends
grab
here
chat.
poke through, and even Annan there, or Sir Anthony Gio. It's a
Yeah,
really
feel
good
free to
friend
grab
of
chat whenever you
mine.
like.
Oh yeah, crap. I am so sorry about that, chat. I haven't
That's all
really
good.
been looking at that. I'll need to back read. Let me scroll up a little bit. What's basically is trending? Yes, basically. Again, what is basically trending and whatnot? The competitive, esports. Now,
Yeah.
I can't emphasize anymore about how esports is king, or like at least
Mm-hmm.
as content here in the Philippines. Filipino content creators, especially in the gaming space, eats up esports scene
Oh,
a
yeah.
lot, and that's pretty much everything. That's pretty much like all the stuff that you would usually see coming out of content creators here in the Philippines.
Mm-hmm.
So anything that is within the esports scenes, being it Rainbow Six Siege, League, Dota, all those mainstream kind of games, you'll definitely see that most prolifically here in Southeast Asia, Philippines
Mm-hmm.
being one of the hotspots for that. But yeah, I see you there, Annan, and he said this little paragraph here. Oh, Lou, I think something worth mentioning that here in the Philippines, a good majority of Filipino gamers are more so mobile gamers than PC
That is
gamers, since
interesting.
smartphones are the more affordable choices. So things like Mobile Legends and COD Mobile is common games here. Yes.
I feel like that also
So
kind of
that
carries
is
over with
very true.
like Indonesia and Malaysia and a lot of Southeast Asia in general.
Yeah, a lot of places in Southeast Asia, especially when it comes to like affordable gaming and whatnot. A lot of the mainstream games that you see on PC and whatnot would usually have like some sort of mobile port or like
Mm-hmm.
mobile version of them,
Like
being
PUBG, for
that like
example.
COD, PUBG, COD, or any kind of games that is like a MOBA. So when we
Mm-hmm.
say MOBA, that is a massive online battle arena. So the format of a MOBA is like something that you see in League of Legends or Dota,
Mm.
or like whatever is that MOBA version of Pokemon. And when I forgot what that
Right.
thing
Is it
is
Go?
called.
No, not Go.
No, it's not Pokemon Go. It's a
Yeah.
Pokemon.
I haven't been keeping
I don't
up,
know. I
honestly.
didn't really look into that.
Yeah.
No, but it's a copy of Dota, if I recall correctly. And Dota already had a following here in the Philippines. Yeah, Dota has been king here in the Philippines for the longest of time. Quite literally, not Dota 2, but going back to the original Dota,
The original
which is
Dota.
the original Dota, which is an acronym for Defense of the Ancients
Oh, yeah.
and whatnot.
Well, that at
It
least I know
was,
about them.
yeah, it was Dota when it was with Blizzard before they handed
Mm-hmm.
off the rights for Dota to Valve, in which
And
it
when Base
became
Hunter was
Dota
still
2.
singing about it.
Yeah. So yeah, again, um, that's the usual thing that is coming from most content creators in the gaming scene. Uh, it's your mainstreamed esports uh, arcade shooter and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
Anything that's competitive multiplayer is basically that. And anyone that is outside of that, that's playing any kind of titles like what I'm playing, is considered to be kind of foreign or less known,
Mm.
or I just
Yeah.
like literally not known at all. So
Yeah.
already as a content creator or VTuber, in considering regionality where I'm broadcasting from, I'm already dealing with a very small niche. So I'm not
Mm-hmm.
expecting much of a following and
Yeah.
whatnot. But the thing that's carrying me as, a content creator, as a VTuber, is that I enjoy what I put out. I love the teamwork.
Was it Dota
I
anime?
love the cooperation, the immersiveness that comes into a team that's actually running as a team, not like what you would get in.
Oh, yeah. Well, in those arena shooter type things, like, it's one of those things where like everybody shares a common goal, but there's really no coordination between them.
Yeah, and the whole fact that like, even though your whole entire team is working together to win against the other team, eventually there's going to be that one person that's quote unquote the MVP that's going to be
Yeah.
placed on a pedestal, and it's just the rest of the majority of that after stream highlight thing is just going to be
Mhm.
that guy on a pedestal. So
Yeah.
exactly, for me as like a supporting role that didn't really do as much as like, killing the most, or doing the most damage or killing the most players. and
Interesting. I'm not familiar with the actual Dota game, but I might check it out.
You know, that doesn't really make me feel pretty good about
Oh
myself.
no,
and
it's like
aside from
it's
just winning.
yeah, because it's like they're not. It's like they're competing against each other to compete against the other team, basically.
Yeah, and I don't really subscribe to that. Hence
No.
the reason why that, like, eventually I kind of, I kind of strayed away from those kinds of games, especially when like some games have changed their direction of development to the esports scene. Rainbow Six Siege is one example I'd like to bring up a lot in that kind of thing. In its earlier days, Rainbow Six Siege, Rainbow Six Siege was supposed to be your hardcore team-based tactical FPS games, and if anyone that's seen the first trailer of Rainbow Six Siege, it was supposed to go in that direction. But eventually, as the esports scene has became part of the trend and whatnot, has taken like the biggest chunk of the audience in the gaming industry, the developers of Rainbow Six Siege decide to readjust their development for this once hardcore tactical team-based FPS game to go to cater to the esports scene, in which I believe that, in my valid opinion, the term tactical for Rainbow Six Siege has left the building ever since like hardcore tactical game mode has, died.
No, yeah. At least there's one against the entire principle of what the game started out to be, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it disappoints me a bit though, but we got these other titles that actually kind of picked up from where some of these like AAA titles have stopped in their development to have a tactical hardcore FPS game. Or I believe
like Tarkov with their $50 DLC.
Ooh, I think I'll probably have to get back to you on that one, Chief. I was kind of thinking
I was being serious about that one.
Oh, yeah. Again, if anyone that plays extraction shooter and knows what Nikita is doing in his bullshit and whatnot, everyone would know exactly what's going on with that noise.
Yeah.
I see Annan here is already reacting violently to that. He has every right to react violently. And
as one would by playing an FPS game.
Yeah. You used to play CS, actually? Yeah, actually I have. I did play a good amount of CS:GO. I guess, like, to some extent, yeah, a bit of CS:GO, but a majority of my time playing Counter-Strike was Source. So it was Counter-Strike Source in the golden days of Counter-Strike. Back when, Source games were king.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that was pretty much a majority of when I played CS:GO. We were playing these custom servers, and eventually, like, I had my good memories playing Zombie Panic and whatnot. It was such good memories I really love. And then eventually, like, I know that despite this not being a tactical FPS games, I did, of course, grow up with, these older games that kind of needed you to play as a team. One particular game that is still an arcade shooter, though, is Team Fortress 2.
Oh, yeah.
Out of all the games out of every single game in my Steam library, I've racked up the most hours in Team Fortress 2. Primarily because I really do like the team aspect that comes into it. Though it is a kind of a quote-unquote hero shooter and whatnot, people can argue that, like, hey, this is the kind of hero shooter that was, like, way before Overwatch was the kind of thing. It's quite literally like all the OG players that played
exactly, Mario Party.
2.
Yeah.
And can be
It kind of set the foundation for it all.
Yeah, it literally is like that. And, like, I did had some good memories that, like, hey, you have your ha-hee-hee moments, bullshit moments in Team Fortress 2, though. But, like, a majority of the time when I played Team Fortress 2 was the team aspect that played in there. The whole notion of, like, it's like down to the hair moments.
Yeah.
And somehow your team
Those are
came
clutch
back
plays.
up on top. It was a clutch play, but it was like a thing that came up that like if nobody and nobody like spoke up in the team or was like trying to encourage a team that like, hey, you know what, the fight is not over yet. We still got like 1 minute before the time runs down.
Yeah.
You say like
anything can
keep
happen during
throwing
those
your
60
bodies
seconds.
in there. Yeah,
The longest
whatnot.
60 seconds ever.
And it's like, dude, that is like something like pure fucking cinema. I tell you, when we actually came up on top, one person or a few people encouraged the rest of the team that, hey, don't give up and whatnot. We could still be able to win this. And that kind of incorporates that kind of team based things, especially some people that say that, hey, you know what? A lot of our team is getting fucked by these spies and whatnot. Pyros, do your fucking job and whatnot, and start like spraying, spy checking everywhere and whatnot. I don't care how you do it, just do it and whatnot. Like the whole team aspect that actually comes out of these things, and you know, it's a kind of thing that like kind of speaks to me. That it like, you know, it doesn't only become just a game, but like it literally becomes a social kind of thing.
Yeah.
And like
Anthony makes a good point, saying that Valve knew what they were doing with how the classes interacted with each other, so that while you could go solo, you'd be much better to play with the rest of your team.
Yeah, there's never one instance that you can actually win a whole game by yourself, unless if you're literally that no life, 10,000 plus hours kind of person that probably
Sweaty casual.
might not have, sweaty casual, maybe no day job or something. And
Like that guy from South Park, the one episode.
Oh god, yeah. I remember that. Or
Yeah,
like
the
if
World of
anyone
Warcraft
that
episode.
watches Battlefield, or anyone here that watches Battlefield Friends, that series, I love that series so much. Essentially, like, anyone that has like almost like thousands and thousands of hours plus in a game and whatnot, prestige, and then like, don't get me started on the Smurf accounts. They literally delete their accounts to start a new one again, and like their skill level does not match theirs of their rank and whatnot. Okay, I'm just going to quote Battlefield Friends on this. You're a loser.
Splatoon makes sense.
Get yourself a day job if you haven't got yourself one.
Nah.
They literally said that. It's
Love
just
that.
playing comics for Smurf accounts and whatnot. But yeah, again, I really do love the team aspect that comes into these team-based games, especially with the older kinds of games, especially Team Fortress 2. And eventually I grew up with that kind of notion that, like, hey, you know what? If you have games that emphasize on teamwork and whatnot, what do you think that would look like for these more realistic simulated games? The games that we're playing for Sunday Squad and whatnot. And the satisfaction gets even better. It's even better arguably for someone that gets like an MVP out of a team and whatnot. The mere fact that a team or everyone that is part of a team has accomplished a task. We came up on top from the collective efforts from everyone, not one person, but literally the efforts of everyone, where everyone is put on the pedestal. The whole entire team is
absolutely.
put on that victory, that feeling victory. That's more satisfying than anything that I would see of like any MVP top frag person.
Oh, 100%. Like honestly, like when we first played Ready or Not to, like after the first couple Done Qual collabs where I didn't really know what I was doing, and I was actually like, you know, went to you guys like, hey, can you actually teach me how to play this in a proper like tactical manner? The first time we actually like accomplished a mission together in like a proper tactical run through, like that was the most satisfying feeling I'd ever gotten in an FPS game. When we all finished it, like when we all had like, you know, a properly coordinated strategy on how we were gonna, you know, clear the building, achieve the objectives and whatnot, you know, capture the whoever needed to do. When we all did that, like in a properly coordinated effort, and like everything went according to plan based on how we executed it. Like it was much more satisfying to do that I felt than like just getting like top kills in a rando game or some shit like that. And it's like that was one of the things that that's one of the things that keeps me enjoying about the or it keeps me engaged with the tactical FPS games for one thing, is that like just going in and shooting the gun is only such a small portion of how the game actually operates. Yeah, it's also a lot about the teamwork and a lot about the coordination and covering each other's backs and making sure everyone's doing their own, like doing the role they need to do. And it's like when you're pulling off, it's almost like pulling off a carefully coordinated bank heist, but in this case you're the good guys.
Oh yeah. So, finally, that notion, as you say, gives a much better satisfaction aside from just like one person getting the spotlight.
Exactly,
but
Anthony.
the whole entire team getting that spotlight, knowing that each member of the fire team has done something in a collective effort. That makes everyone in the team a winner, and that's what I like much better. Not just one person winner. Like, sure, okay, your team, like in Overwatch and whatnot, sure, your team may have won, but for the rest of whatever is that after stream highlights and whatnot is going to be reserved to that person that is an MVP and whatnot.
Yeah, like everyone else kind of is in the shadows.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's literally like saying this. It's like, hey, you guys did very well in just supporting roles and whatnot, though. Good job, but here's this person. He done this.
Yeah.
And whatnot.
Hydrate.
Yeah. Oh, hydrate. There we go.
Well, it's like when you're watching soccer matches and Argentina takes the win and everyone's talking about Messi, but nobody's talking about the rest of the actual teammates. Yeah. It's always like Messi takes the cup. It's like, no, the Argentinian team took the cup, not just the one guy, just because the captain.
I mean to back read a little bit there. So yeah, Potaru is right there.
Yeah, tell us about the pineapple.
Pineapple?
How TF2 is basically held together by the coconut.jpg.
What the fuck is that, Anon? You don't delete the coconut.jpg. Wait, what? Wait, Anon, what exactly is that?
Wait, wasn't it? Were we talking about that when? Were we talking about that when we played? When we played with the Ratnak? How
with the Ratnak 45?
Yeah. How the game is basically held together by a single picture of a coconut. That if you delete it, the entire game breaks.
That's new.
And maybe it wasn't you that I was talking about it. So yeah, I remember I was talking about this with somebody. Then it must have been it might have been Scotchy's group, but apparently there's a picture hidden in there's a picture buried deep in the TF2 game files. It's literally just a picture of a coconut. It's coconut.jpg, and if you delete the picture of the coconut, the entire game breaks.
I think I probably might need to phone Ratnak, because he, out of everyone in the VTubing space that plays TF2, he's the one that played it the most. So
interesting.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
I need to ask him. Quite literally, the dude that has collaborated with 100 plus VTubers on Team Fortress 2. He's basically he's essentially doing the same thing that I'm doing, collaborating with other VTubers playing tactical FPS games and whatnot. For him, it's Team Fortress 2.
Fair. Anthony says the coconut JPG is for some fucking reason attached to this one photo file. It's like deleting the System 32 for TF2, basically.
So it's a picture of a fucking coconut.
It literally is a picture of a coconut. And it's called coconut.jpg. And the entire game is held together by this one picture of a coconut for some reason.
Whoever's the one that sets that up, they're nuts.
Exactly. They're cocoa and nuts.
Well, the coconut nut is it's
Coconut's nuts, exactly.
I'm sure. Let me back read a little bit here. I could say Enlisted kind of follows TF2's class-based system. There are similarities to them since the classes you choose could heavily dictate your playstyle. That is actually true. I did play Enlisted a little bit, and Anne in here is trying to get me into it, or get me back into it. I am actually slowly getting back into Enlisted. If anyone does not know what Enlisted is, it's just basically your World War II FPS shooter, simulated like small fire team management and stuff. It's developed by the same people that made War Thunder.
Do enjoy Chuck Clever
It's
Nuts.
a lot of simulated things. actually having a lot of fun with it. Not gonna lie to you, but it's a little bit more on the arcadey side for my taste. Not that I'm not enjoying it or anything. I do
Yeah.
find it more enjoyable when you're playing it with friends. So,
True.
do give Enlisted a try. It is entirely free to play. If you guys like World War II shooters or like simulated and whatnot, Enlisted would be a go-to to go on there. And yes, again, working like a team on Enlisted does actually dictate the fine line between victory and defeat and whatnot. So yeah, again, that can also translate into a lot of stuff with what we're talking about with you know, FPS games or anything that is emphasizing on teamwork in order to accomplish a victory and whatnot. And that's usually more of a thing in, you know, realistic FPS games that has very unforgiving mechanics, such as like Ready or Not and whatnot.
Yeah.
Or even Insurgency Sandstorm with its really quick TTK.
Yeah.
Those that don't know what TTK is, time to kill. In which
Bullets
means
hurt
that
a
how
lot
many
more
hits
in
you-
those games.
Oh yeah, especially with shotguns and whatnot.
Yep.
People COD players that think that
Ahoy.
shotguns in Call of Duty are scary. They don't know shotgun ballistics in Insurgency Sandstorm, where they are
Yep.
more realistically depicted and whatnot. Trust me, I've been on the receiving end of shotguns in Insurgency Sandstorms. I tell you what, you don't know how scary shotguns are until you've seen it in at least Insurgency Sandstorm or Arma or whatever. Or
Exactly.
what it says Rising Storm. You will
Yeah, they fucking die to
to
any bullet.
Yeah, in 1 to 2 rounds, and that's pretty much like almost any particular round. So I saying that like the faster TTK mechanics in these more simulated realistic games is trying to encourage the player to go about the game.
Oh, yeah, and I've totally done that.
Kind of more slow and more coordinated with your team and whatnot.
Mhm.
If you try to run about it like how you do in Call of Duty, that is mostly considered to be that'd be considered to be rushing to your death.
Yeah.
Basically, you're gonna die
still-
quickly. That.
I still love the fact in that Insurgency Sandstorm when he took the M99 to close quarters, basically just like vaporized 4 dudes in a room.
Well, I mean, it is a 50 BMG.
True.
Oh yeah, and
Semi-auto.
the force in which you get launched from a 50 BMG.
Mhm.
The
Better
rag
strong
dolls-
arms.
Yes, basically. And also like the ragdoll mechanics there, because the force is so strong, especially if you're taking a 50 BMG up close. Your ragdoll is gonna fly, and there will be some irregularities in the ragdoll where your textures will stretch like taffy. I've seen it so many times, and it's so funny. I've had
I don't blame it.
clips that actually showed that though. But aside from that, yes, getting hit from a 50 BMG, you're not expected to get back up from it.
Yeah. If your legs
the
are
thing
still
that's-
even attached to your body at that point. If your body's
If
still
there's
even
anything
attached.
left of you.
Yeah, there's nothing left of you.
What is a body?
It's like it's one thing. The 50 cal up close isn't just gonna make the enemies die. It's gonna make them disappear completely. If you want to leave no trace of their existence, you might as well just shoot a 50 cal at them in close quarters. Better than having to clean up a
Have you ever
corpse.
turned a person into red bean paste and whatnot?
I have now.
Oh, yeah, you see it.
Exactly.
And not to turn anyone away from anyone that is fans of the Japanese red bean paste.
Azuki.
What is that big?
Oh, Natto.
That was natto? No, not natto. Sorry, did I say just red bean paste? I'm talking about sweet red bean paste and
Isn't
whatnot.
that
The one
Azuki?
that's in that like. Is it?
Taiyaki?
It's in that fish. It's in that
Yeah,
fish.
taiyaki, fried fish. Yeah, the fish waffle, taiyaki.
Yeah, that thing. It's it has sweet red bean paste and whatnot. I have yet to taste one. I really want one so bad.
Oh, they're really, especially with the green tea ice cream.
There's green tea
Well,
ice
yeah.
cream with that?
Some of them,
Huh.
some of them, you can get them filled with green tea ice cream and
Oh,
red bean tea at
shit.
the same time, right? Well, hey, now it can get the meaning of the term in Insurgency Sandstorm, turning someone into taiyaki. Can be a legitimate thing. I'm gonna turn you into taiyaki.
That's coming from the mouth of a weeb operator. Literally, the one operator on his best way has got a bunch of fucking anime patches on his rig.
Yeah,
Me
100%.
being one of them.
With the Hello Kitty M16.
Mm. And
Just do it. Now we need a Hatsune Miku branded M99.
dude, that is so that is kind of weird to me, but like, you know what, because I'm a VTuber and I'm in the tactical community and whatnot, I'm kind of
Yeah, the frozen
expecting
taiyaki.
that
You know the
from
one.
folks that are like bridging between like anime content and then tactical content, and then like we have the tactical weebs and whatnot, quite literally, like, and like, don't get me wrong, there's a bunch of anime fans and, you know, nerds in the military,
I put the cat in
like
Catalyst.
actual active duty
Oh yeah.
dudes that are like would geek out to anime stuff. Nothing wrong with that at all. I do encourage that, and like a good amount of my friends, you know, on Discord and the VTube tactical VTubing space, they are also that as well. Thank God that like there's a bunch, you know, there's a bunch of anime fans there in the military. So yeah, again, just because like, you know, I'm a anime styled VTuber, and then I kind of associate with the tactical space and whatnot, do expect people to bridge, like, you know, tac to weeb, and we'll call it that, tac to weeb.
Yeah. I mean,
Kinda
hey,
stuff.
I play with you guys and I look like this, so I mean that's a lot already.
Yeah, so yeah, again, don't get us wrong about, like, you know, people that's in the tactical community and that like are anime fans. You know what, is it just enjoy it as it is. People are
Exactly.
not there's no problems coming out with it and whatnot. So yeah, let's see. And it says you're not alone, Lou. Yeah. Again, as I say, a lot of my friends who are VTubers or has anything to do like with being an anime fan, they like tactical stuff and whatnot.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what?
I know quite a
there's
few people
community
locally that are
that-
into that same combination as well, actually. Like,
it's kind of a niche in itself. Yeah, especially with just tactical VTubing and whatnot. That's very much of a niche. Well, as tactical VTubers, we are there and whatnot, but I believe that we're pretty much like sparsed out and whatnot. When it comes to the VTubing space, I could say that we're not really all that known or like
Right.
all that talked of compared to
Yeah.
variety VTubers and whatnot. Now, variety VTubers. Now, I'm not putting down anyone that is a variety VTuber that does
Reaction.
like any kind of content with their VTubing stuff and whatnot. It's just that variety VTubers, they get with the contents and trends and all that stuff that, you know, people on the internet they get with and whatnot.
I mean,
Yeah,
I'm
we're talking
technically a
about,
variety VTuber and I don't really follow any trend.
Yeah. So, yeah, this like in kind of comparison, like the
Yeah.
kind of followings or like the audience in comparison to the two. Us tactical VTubers, we cater to that of a specific audience.
Yeah,
in
general
which,
specialist.
like, we wouldn't
Exactly.
really have that big of a following compared to variety VTubers would have a more general audience. So you kind of see like where I'm coming from with this.
Oh yeah. Anthony says generalist versus specialist, which makes sense.
Generalist versus special. Yeah, it's basically that. In which, for me, I did know when I decided to become a tactical VTuber, I know that my content is going to cater to a specific audience, and I know I'm not going to have that big of a following compared to variety VTubers and whatnot. But the one thing that carries me through that is that I I enjoy what I put out specifically, which is tactical gaming and
Hmm.
whatnot, realistic FPS games. And eventually I kept putting that content out, and eventually I actually found my audience and whatnot. And it's
Hmm.
also things that I do off stream in like promoting myself. Again, that also translates to anyone else that is, a content creator. It's not things that you do on stream, but it's things that you do off stream to promote yourself
Yeah.
and whatnot. So that's a good amount of work that goes into that. For me, I had to consider myself lucky, or like I have a lucky break, because um, in my friends that I have here, like my immediate IRL friends,
Yeah.
they were content creators as well, and they were supporting me as
Mm.
well. So like right off the
Hmm.
gate, I already had a good amount of followers. They've been tuning into my streams, even though I don't know what the fuck I'm even doing. Or like
Oh,
I just go in just simply like, hey, I'm gonna be running I'm gonna be running some Insurgency Sandstorm, I'm gonna be running with some randos, see where that goes from there, and
hmm.
yada yada yada. And then like my friends actually do tune in to my
Oh, yeah.
stream, and
Because I
they
mean, honestly,
support
you have a very unique way that you do things, and from what I've seen, I mean, for one, that's why you're my field commander. Like the way that it's not even just what you do, but how you run it, like, is what makes people tune in for specifically as well.
yeah. Oh yeah, and in here say, yeah, that's actually something as to what you said. I mean, at least
Hmm.
with your way, you're playing with your strength and what you're good at. So yeah,
Exactly.
again, with the way how I do it is essentially this.
Hmm.
And like also it's an advice I'd say for like anyone that is starting out to be a VTuber or like content creator in general. I'd say you want to first establish that you enjoy what you're putting out there on the internet.
Oh,
That's a
absolutely.
paramount thing that you need to put first. If you're not enjoying what you're putting out there, what why does anything else beyond that point matter? If you're
Well,
not
on top of
enjoying it,
that,
why are you doing it in the first place?
if you're not enjoying it, you're not actually gonna like come across sincere as actually engaging with it, and people are gonna see that. If you're trying to fake your enjoyment, then like it's not gonna come across as genuine as someone who is actually enjoying what they're doing, and the audience will tell even if subconsciously.
Yeah. Your audience, well, whatever audience comes around, or people that comes around that has a keen eye for that, they'll definitely
Hmm.
see that, and they're gonna kind of question like,
Passion is
is
powerful.
this
Exactly.
person in it for the long run and whatnot? Are they going to stay as a content creator
Hmm.
in what they're making, or like maybe, they may have realized at one point that they'll just rebrand and actually do what they want to do and
Hmm.
whatnot. I'm here saying that the best thing that you want to do when you're starting out as a content creator is that you want to know and like identify and know exactly what you want to put out on the internet. Despite
Hmm.
like if you're going to have a small following or you're going to have a big following, what have you. For me, I know that I'm not going to have that big of a following compared to
Hmm.
variety VTubers or any VTubers that have been promoting themselves off stream or before they debut
Yeah.
and whatnot, and has already made it to corporate and whatnot. Hats off to them for doing
Hmm.
whatever it is that they're able to do. But that is definitely far from the case from me. I
No,
had
I
to
mean,
procure
same as
for
me being a
myself.
Baba right?
Yeah, basically,
Hey,
yeah,
Weston Gray.
basically, just like starting out in the way that how you want to start out, and that you've established that you enjoy what you're putting on the internet. That's
Hmm.
basically how I started out, and I know
Yeah.
I'm just gonna have a small start. You tell me of anyone. You tell me of anyone that started out as a content creator that did not start out small and whatnot. I like even like let's say their first live. They probably started out with like I don't know, maybe around just 5, 1.
No, there have been some anomalies in the Twitter space, but a lot of them have been questionable.
Yeah. Oh, and I see that we got another one of our Sunday Squad members here, Project Westing Gray.
They would do. He's also local to me, by the way.
Oh yeah. So yeah,
a game with an idea what I was mentioning before. I kind of thought of a creative. If you wanted to bridge the gap between niche and mainstream, something you could do if you really wanted to, like imagine this: tactical ASMR. Set up one of those 3D IO mics, and it's like you're issuing squad commands, and then like racking bolts in the stereo mic, changing mags to the stereo
believe it or
mic.
not, there are actually content on YouTube for something like that already.
Oh wow.
One starting with the gun part of it. There are actually gun ASMR where someone is doing maintenance on a
that's
gun, cleaning
amazing.
the gun and whatnot, racking it, packing magazines and all that stuff. So yes, there is actually content for that. Specifically gun ASMR for anyone that
I
likes
love
that.
that.
I do actually listen to some of that. I do like the sound of maintenance on a firearm, or even the different sounds of a gun being shopped, or the sound, the mechanical parts moving of a gun. The difference is the sound of an AR to an AK and all that stuff. He listens to what ASMR? Oh yeah, sorry about Pottery. I know that you're not really a fan of ASMR and all that stuff because that fucks your ears and whatnot. And sorry to say, but yeah, I do kind of listen to some sorts of ASMRs and whatnot.
I mean, when you think about it, I remember seeing some of those not necessarily like videos, but I know that like at least aren't like snipers usually trained for like, especially when they're out solo, for like being able, or aren't soldiers sometimes trained for like hearing very distinct sounds of like somebody, like even just like trying to conceal their operations of a weapon in like isolated areas kind of thing?
Snipers in their training, if I were to just put it in a nutshell, is that they need to have an eye for detail and whatnot. To the both visually, audibly, and instinctively and whatnot. That's the reason why you have a specialized training in sniper schools and whatnot, is to sharpen the operator's sense of detail and whatnot.
Yeah.
Because even the smallest speck, like even the smallest shadow of difference in a sniper's sight and whatnot means a whole kind of thing. Heck, even in sniper school, there is that segment where it emphasizes on camouflage and whatnot, concealment in your terrain, in which snipers are to maintain their ghillie suit. For people that knows what a ghillie suit is, or has experience,
You're basically
with
dressed like a
suit.
plant.
Yeah, you're basically dressing up as a plant. But even the smallest of details goes into that kind of stuff that is accounting to like the role of a sniper and whatnot. Like for example, the vegetation, or what we like, or like people call it as veg, that is strapped to the ghillie suit and whatnot. You need to make sure that that is matching the terrain that you will be operating on. And also maintaining the ghillie suit in order to make sure it maintains that coloration when it's time to operate in that said terrain.
Yeah.
A lot of focus and a lot of details that goes into that and whatnot. Even like the smallest contrast of color that does not match your terrain will give you away.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you, even the smallest of details will send you on the first bus back to your normal unit, and that will be it for you of trying to attempt sniper school and whatnot. So if you're going into the specialized training and whatnot, at least from some people that told me when they went into sniper school, every detail does count. And even
Mhm.
that one detail that's missed could mean you on the first bus going back to your unit.
Exactly. Oh, this reminds me. You ever seen that one image of it was like, what was it, like New York urban ghillie suit, or like New York urban sniper camouflage, and it was literally just a sniper like dressed as a pile of trash.
Yeah. Actually, that does work, especially in urban environments. Like literally, if you can be able to blend yourself with anything that looks busy to the eyes and whatnot, that is considered to be means of you concealing.
Yeah.
Even a pile of trash.
I'm
That
gonna
works.
exactly. I'm gonna see if I have the image. Just gotta figure out how to link it properly.
Tim Kennedy sniper school stories were cool as fuck. Yeah, I've actually seen Tim Kennedy when he talked about his time in sniper school. If anyone has watched that segment of Savage Actual, I do kind of watch Savage Actual. They used to do like reactions for FPS games on Gameology, but they started to do their own stuff, which is Savage Actual. And one particular dude, he was a Marine recon sniper, and his name was Jason, and he did had experience in sniper school. And he actually, one of the segments when they were reacting to the Call of Duty 4 All Gillied Up mission, Jason actually went to the studio with his ghillie suit that he operated with.
Oh
It
wow,
was pretty cool to see that. So yeah,
that is
okay.
interesting.
So there you go. We do got some people that actually watch Savage Actual.
Mhm.
Yeah, love Savage Actual. I miss those guys. They're still I haven't really updated with Savage Actual. Sloth, are they still doing content? By any chance, do let me know about that. And he's
Allegedly.
my idol right now, Jason. Tim Kennedy is, and along with these other named operators and whatnot. Like again, I'm also in the space with military enthusiasts and tacti nerds. So we're gonna like from time to time we're gonna be talking about these named operators like Tim Kennedy, Jason, the other guys from Gameology, Cameron Fath from I think Third Ranger Battalion, Third Ranger Battalion, 75th Ranger Regiment, Israel Wright, who's a Army Green Beret,
Mhm.
Tulam, who is from Call of Duty. People will know him as Ronin, or who is
Mm.
also the is the owner of the tactical company Ronin, Ronin Tactics. And then like let's see, one more named operator that I know is probably oh wait, no, a few more. Milspec Mojo and whatnot. He is one hell of an operator when it comes to like running your AR
Mhm.
and like the whole principles of like being a better shooter and whatnot. Milspec Mojo is one of them, and then Travis Haley is also a known Marine Special Forces dude, I believe. But yeah, again, me and my VTubing content is also bridging with the tactical community and like gun, military and gun community as well, in which again it's a niche. Not a lot of people of my kind of again some people told me that it's such a rare thing for me to bring out content from where I am streaming from. I am a Filipino content creator doing all this kind of content, and it's very unheard of. Um, from people or Filipinos that
Mhm.
stream gaming content here. Again, it's a niche that I am willing to work with, and somehow I
Oh,
made it
absolutely.
work.
And that's the important part, is that it made it work for you in one way or another.
Mm-hmm.
First account pioneer, exactly. is what Anthony says. But dive a bit more into the VTuber side a little bit more, especially with the. I don't know how much of a representation of a character per se this is compared to you IRL. But if you give us a detailed breakdown of I guess I should ask first: is there a character behind the avatar, or is it more a representation of yourself?
Believe it or not, it's to some extent. To some extent, it would be like a representation of myself, but there is a character.
Okay.
There is a character behind my avatar. Believe it or not, the 661 that you see in my name, there's a lore to that.
Okay. So that being said, then give us a detailed breakdown of your character and tell us about your lore.
Okay, so my character again is still of my real name. I didn't really do anything else with it. So the name itself will start from there.
I mean, Yanko's my real name as well.
Yeah. So Louis 661 was basically a name that was given from automated systems that say that, like, hey, this name was already taken, so we recommend these names. So they take your name and just put it with a sequence of number. Exactly, allegedly.
Allegedly. I had to, sorry.
So, yeah, the name of my avatar, I didn't really put much thought to it. I just went with it at, like, the earliest stage of my, my VTubing. And, well, I was pretty much focused on, like, what kind of content that I want to put out there. So I just went with 661 because that was just a frequent kind of number that keeps on coming up with automated names saying that, hey, Louis is already taken. How about we recommend this? Louis, whatever the fuck number sequence. So I decided to go with 661. So yeah, there's that. And then eventually I had enough money to procure, an anime version, a tactical anime version of myself, which you see right now. I have not gotten any new art of it. I've stuck with this ever since many years ago. I think I started like 2019, I believe I started. And I didn't get any other VTubing content from that, in which I kind of get a little bit disheartened, or I kind of feel a little bit sad that I did not proceed on with VTubing content like I'm seeing all my other friends. They got fan art, all these new arts and all that stuff, and all these new stuff with their VTubing stuff.
That takes money.
Meanwhile, I'm here. Yeah, that takes money, in which I don't really got.
Neither do I.
Especially me being a college student. Money is not really much of a thing that I could be able to just, allocate to VTubing as much as I want to. But yeah, even if I do got the money to procure for that, I would. It's just that I can't right now, unfortunately. So I just have to stick with this. Let's see.
Country girls make do, right?
Yeah. In
this case, country operators.
I mean, if we're catering to Marines and whatnot, that old saying, Marines make do.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's why they eat crayons.
Yeah. Which one's your favorite color?
I like the red one.
I'm the orange one.
Nice. Spunda, good to see you.
But yeah, to continue on with that, the lore. So I decided to take a creative role with my name. My name did not have any meaning to it until I thought of like a lore for my character, and I thought that, like, hey, you know what? 661 seems like a big number, and I thought that, like, what if I were to say that I was like a clone? I was like a 661st clone of myself. And then I start to go into more deeper detail storytelling and whatnot, saying that, like, this was a clone in which his DNA can be traced back all the way back to the Philippine-American War. which was 1898. For those that know their Philippine history, the Philippine-American Wars of 1898, 1899. The DNA of me, as of right now, as Louis 661, can be traced back all the way to there.
Mhm.
In which,
Yeah, exactly.
going
Jango Fett.
along the time period of that,
Ahoy.
oh, yeah, what's up?
Oh, no, I didn't say anything. I was talking to...
okay.
I was just addressing the equipment drone.
Okay. So, right. So, I have a little bit of like a real world history that kind of incorporates to like the fictional storytelling though, but where the historical part and the fiction part kind of separates is like
Mhm.
I made it specific to dates
Mm.
and whatnot. So like like the origin of my DNA goes all the way back to 1898, in which the original person that is Louis was like the head of a rebellion group during the Philippine-American War that's fighting against the American colonists at that time. The
Mhm.
Americans had quite a hard time trying to fight against that Louis of
Mhm.
that time, up to the point that they actually respected him of being a valiant warrior in fighting in what he believes. So out of respect of that, they allowed the rest of his body to be kept. Well, eventually, that Louis, he fell on the last battle of a stronghold and whatnot.
The
But
Legend
out
of
sheer
Louis.
respect- yeah, essentially that. Yeah, that's basically that. He became a
Mhm.
legend, but is also respected by the Americans. That they allow his body to be kept to his family
Mhm.
and whatnot, but they also decide that they would sneak a DNA, a part of him, and keep that restored, just in case that like technology may have progressed. That hey, you know what, this guy was one hell of a warrior.
Mhm.
What if there'll be one day that we'll need another warrior, another fighter like him again? So
Like the Last
progressing
Airbender.
from World War something like that. So they kept a piece of DNA stored
Mhm.
up until in 1952. Now, believe it or not, 1952 was also an historical kind of like it was also an historical event where mankind was able to successfully splice the first DNA. So
Mm.
that's where I put my storytelling, saying that if mankind was able to successfully splice a DNA,
Mhm.
at that time, that's where the split of fiction and history goes off, and that's where it becomes kind of like
You got
fictional
spliced.
history and whatnot. Aside from that, I believe it was a monkey DNA that was successfully spliced. Aside from
Mm.
that, it was
Return of
my
Monka.
DNA. Yeah. Oh yeah, everyone's gonna eventually return to monkey on one day. It's gonna be Planet of the Apes all over again.
Oh yeah.
Oh god. But yes, all this was under a project and whatnot. Nobody, aside from the government or these sectors of government, is supposed to know that this is going on. They spliced my DNA in 1952, and now I became a project of being a first cloned soldier. So coming around the Vietnam era, my first copy, Louis 001,
Mhm.
has become the first cloned soldier to fight and enlist into the Vietnam War.
Mm. Ah, yeah. Star Wars: The Clone Wars, Vietnam Edition.
Yeah, basically that. And then throughout history, a lot of my clones has been fighting throughout history
Mhm.
and whatnot. And like from each successive clone that has been killed in battle and whatnot, the government was whatever sector scientist was able to retain data from the DNA, and then it was able to retain that in the next clone that's going to take that clone's place.
Mm.
So like example, if one clone were to die with whatever kind of training that they had, that
Mhm.
same kind of training would be carried on to the next clone. So all the training that clone had previously from the previous clone will instantly be like second nature to the next clone that will take their place. And so that's been going on like ever since
So-
then, from all the clones that's going up to me, that is the 661st clone. So basically,
It's like manufactured
all training-
reincarnation.
Yeah, basically that, and that is
Synthetic
basically
samsara.
Yeah. So like all the training, all the military training that has been known from my clones to up to me right now, I pretty much already know them like second nature. One
Mhm.
could be a pilot, a little bird pilot and whatnot. I would already know how to pilot a little bird and whatnot.
Nice.
One that is like an anti-tank specialist or something, I would already know how that works. Just because
Yeah.
I had one clone that specialized in that. So yeah,
You could
that
literally be
makes-
just being one man. You're literally a one man. Yeah, literally a one man army at that point.
Yeah.
Because you can do everything the army can do.
So- And again, the process will still carry over again. If I happen to be killed in action, then
Mhm.
Louis 662 will then take everything that I knew and he'll carry on from there.
Hmm.
And that's also kind of I also put in a storytelling kind of thing that like if it was like a government operation things, like if it's like if one of my clones happened to die during an operation, if like we're hunting a particular kind of person
Mhm.
and whatnot, the next clone that will take the place of that ongoing operation will still have memories, fragments of memories retention relevant to that operation, so that they can be able to carry on with the mission and finish where the last one left off.
Do clones have to be regenerated from birth, or at like what state do they get regenerated and how?
The clones, so the way how the story goes is that there is a secret government facility that is actually catering to multiple of these clones that are at the ready in case if one clone happens to be KIA'd or that happens to die for whatever kind of reason. These clones
Like
are
the
always on
IRS?
standby. Yeah, well, no, I mean, yeah, you could put it like that way, jokingly, yeah. But yeah,
Because they're always going to come after you, no matter how hard you try.
they'll always know where you are, what you're doing. No, unless
They're like Santa
IRS.
Claus, but in a bad way. Instead of giving you something, they want to take more away.
Well, fuck that. But yeah, whenever a clone dies, there'll always be one at the ready, and they will pick up, operationally, and both knowledge and training. They will pick up from where the last one has left off. Essentially, that's
Hey, JPR.
that's where it would kind of like cater me
Thanks
as
for
to
popping in.
be that, I don't know, quote unquote super soldier and whatnot.
Mhm.
But I kind of I
Would you rather have the soup or the soldier?
soup is really nice though. But as for me
True.
that has the means of having both, I would usually be the person that says both. Yeah, both is nice. We would like both.
Both is good.
Yeah,
I love
both is
Rotor
really good.
Eldorado.
Oh, that's such a great movie. I need to watch that again.
I just need to watch it in the first place. I'm a fraud.
Wait, what? You know about it, but you didn't bother watching it.
Exactly. I'm a sham.
What's the
I'm a
top-
sham and a fraud.
Like Detroit Become Human. He is literally the android sent by Cyberlight.
Exactly.
What do you,
Wait.
what do you guys some people just kind of see me as like, oh, you're a clone.
There's no
so what,
humanity in
you're
Detroit.
basically running- Yeah, you're saying that like,
can't
oh,
have
you're
shit
a
in
clone.
Detroit.
So you're telling me that your accuracy is shit, like the stormtroopers? Fuck no. I'm telling you, I know how to hit my mark. Those guys in the fucking white, fucking
the second one.
space helmets in the different
I'll get into the second one.
variations of them. They don't know how to hit the broadside of the anything.
It would help if their helmets had eye holes.
Yeah. Wait. Did they? They
The stormtrooper helmets?
Maybe they need to
I
have
would-
more
I would
clear
hope.
eye holes or something. I hear
I mean,
clones.
their faces
think
are
of
fully
Metal
covered.
Gear- I hear Metal Gear Solid. Oh yes, man. Oh man, I love Metal Gear Solid to death.
Weapon to surpass
Hideo
Metal Gear.
Kojima is quite literally, yeah, Hideo Kojima, the legend of the gaming industry and whatnot. But yeah, when we're talking about clones, yes, for Metal Gear Solid fans, we're talking about like Solid Snake, Big Boss, Liquid Snake, and you know, again, that kind of clone stuff. But yeah, when we're talking about clones, in regards to me, only one clone is able to be out and operating around the world, not all of them at the same time. So,
Like you only have one instance of one program running at any given time.
yeah. Otherwise, it's gonna make more complexities, and also
Just a little bit.
like the people that I operated with, the people that I met throughout history, they are retained within my memories as well. So if like one of my clones were to work in a joint operation with like another person or something, I would be able to recall them as if I operated with them. And yes, this actually plays very well into my collaborations with other people,
Ahoy.
in which I can be able to integrate my lore with their lore cohesively. At this one time, like Louis is supposed to be a type of soldier or a clone throughout history without anyone actually noticing that he changed or anything. Everyone outside of the organization or the government or the program that is cloning him, everyone thought that Louis is a person that is untouched by time. It's almost like Captain
Like
Price
a vampire.
in Call of Duty.
Like Keanu Reeves.
Something like that. Yeah, something like that. So you basically have an existential crisis if all Louis just came online. That will be, I don't know, that's a fuckery and whatnot. You might as well, if all Louis happen to be activated at once, you might as well switch the Pentagon to DEFCON 5.
Nah. It's like the one scene from Terminator.
Yeah. Oh, we're on lore abilities and powers. I was so confused for a sec. Oh wait, yeah, sorry, we didn't. Were we not being transparent enough? So yeah, we're talking about lores and whatnot, specifically with my name as Louis661 and whatnot. So you guys talking about fictions you came up with? JPR. It's specifically basically the storytelling, the lore behind my my VTubing avatar or the name Louis661 and whatnot. So now the real question is, would Lou do it with him? Oh, shut the fuck up, Bannon.
Of course he would. He'd be able to run missions with himself, right? You know, tactical kill house missions.
Oh,
that's what he means, of course, right?
Definitely. If I were to stack up with myself, we'd just be an unstoppable fire team element. Not gonna lie, because who knows me better than me, right?
Exactly. That's really the real question: is which you would be the lead, which you would be team lead.
Oh shit.
There's the hard question.
Oh god.
All the cooks in the kitchen at once.
Yeah, that's the thing. When I feel that like there is no team leading role in the element, I do kind of.
Or just all be just. You could just all be like hive mind.
You could do that, yeah. That's one thing. So that we don't fucking kill each other over a role and whatnot.
Yeah, you don't really need to work on coordinating when you all know what the hell's going on anyway.
We know what each other do and whatnot, so...
Nobody knows you better than you know yourself.
True. So...
Allegedly, anyway.
Allegedly. Hey, hold up a second. We didn't make that a rule here in chat. If Nyanko says allegedly, we'll have to put allegedly here as if it was like a gentleman's agreement.
No, you just do an exclamation mark A as a counter now.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I started a counter for it.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Oh, what? Oh,
A couple
when
days
did you
ago.
put that there?
Couple of days ago. It was like midweek.
Ah, whatever. I'm just gonna slap it there. Fuck it. Yeah.
It works.
And speak about slapping.
That I know it's gonna happen now.
You think?
Of course.
Yeah, you fucking love me.
Wouldn't
for
be
it.
you if it wasn't you.
Yep. Where would you be without your field commander?
No. You gotta have that as well. You gotta have that as well. Exactly. Probably lying in a ditch with a bullet to the head. In simulation, anyway.
Dude, I tell you, when it comes to like putting a bullet in someone's head, the thing about like the whole inner joke with Kiori and whatnot, especially him owing me heads, doing this in air quote and whatnot. So
Not that kind of head chat.
Yeah. Kiori, if you're here, you already know what I'm talking about. So yeah, again,
Put on the maid outfit.
The black maid outfit specifically, so that the white can stand out.
Ah. Well, there's no red on it.
No, I definitely. Well, if it's on black, you can't really see the red, per se, because it's primarily black.
Oh, wait.
Right?
The other way. Never mind. I'm awake enough now, chat. Don't worry. Took me a little bit there. You know, I got him a bunny suit too, right?
That saying goes, looks feminine enough. Look,
Any
he
hole's
owes
goal,
me
right, chat?
and whatnot because, again, not every day I work with a war criminal to accomplish a mission and all that stuff. But if they got the skill set to mean mission success, I am willing to work with them. But if they just dick around and it's not funny and all that stuff, I will make them owe me.
Oh, hydrate.
In hence Fury. Oh, hydrate. Oh, real quick. You don't mind if I go to the bathroom real quick? It's just gonna be a few seconds.
I gotta do the same, actually. So let's throw a quick BAB on back in 5.
Gotcha.
Stick around, chat. We'll be right back.
Kicking off your workday with a fresh baked feline frenzy.
You're watching and listening to Nyongo Bongo Dongo.
Now let's get this bread. thank you for following.
Hello, new Nyan pals.
Kicking off your workday with a fresh-baked feline frenzy.
You're watching and listening to Nyongo Bongo Dongo.
Now let's get this bread.
And we are back. Thank you all for sticking around, chat. Sorry for a little bit of a delay there. Thank you so much, Emily Willens. Much appreciated for the follow as well. Nice to meet you as well. Jackson, but just happy Friday morning. What the fuck says fun fact: if any of you are familiar with Saints Row and Professor Genki's super ethical reality climax, I grabbed. So I'm also as you can probably tell by my Chaos Cat nature, I am somewhat of a fan of Professor Genki, and so I kind of yoinked a bunch of the sound files from the Super Ethical Reality Climax minigame and integrated them into my sound alerts. That's why you hear every now and then the that's why in like the follows and the subscriptions and whatnot, you may hear little bit of a enthusiastic exclamations in between the radio segments in the alerts. That would be introduction by Professor Genki of Saints Row 3, or I think Saints Row in general. But anyway, minus where we left off. I had to hit the bathroom myself as well. We're talking about lore and Oh yeah, Beijing
it's
is the
pretty
Latin
much-
version of Fly the Moon.
Oh wait, yeah, that version of Fly Me to the Moon. But yeah,
Had to
the,
return some videotapes. That's why.
what is that? We were pretty much on the tail end about talking about my lore and whatnot.
Mm.
So yeah, the basic thing is that I had clones throughout history, has fought almost every battle up until now, and their training has pretty much carried out over to me. So what they've trained, I already know about it, which
Mhm.
would make me like literally that of a super soldier, you can say. So yeah, that's pretty much as much of lore and storytelling that I can be able to say
Mhm.
to my name, and that's pretty much like what I could be able to conjure up from just a generic name that came out from a name generating algorithm. And I'd
Just
say,
5 more Louis, and we get Devil Louis.
Yeah. Why the scarf?
Is that a Shemag, isn't it? Or Shamal? How do you pronounce it?
Yeah, it's a shamal and whatnot. So yeah, a lot of military folks would have this here for to keep sand or dust or whatever it is, off their face and whatnot. If you're like
Mhm.
out like in the desert and a sandstorm happens to come across, you just wrap
Sorry.
no. No, I'm just kidding. Louis.
I think we all went there.
666. Well, when Louis 666 come out, I got a feeling that that particular clone might go rogue.
I would not doubt it.
And
He'd at least go underground. All the way underground.
believe it or not, though, I did actually have a lore about some
Sorry.
clone.
You just want to canon. Fox, never apologize for asking questions. The more info that you want, the more info you're curious about the better. That's literally why we're here. That's also why we're asking our lovely guests all about themselves. So don't ever feel bad about it. Don't ever have to apologize for asking something you don't know about. Even if it may seem like it's something that's relatively simple. Nothing is obviously uninformed, so please feel free. No need to apologize for wanting to what's the word I'm looking for? Indulge your curiosity.
Yeah, to quench that
The thirst of
quench that
knowledge.
thirst for knowledge. Yeah. That's exactly what I was about to say.
There you go. I guess we can call that one for a hydrate then as well while we're at it.
Yeah, sure.
Honestly, you can toss questions in whenever you like. There's a problem. That does not have to be wait until they've already. I mean, hey, sometimes these interviews end up being like. Sometimes we end up having to go to a part 2. So by all means, jump in wherever we can because sometimes we don't always know if we're gonna get time in the end, right? If we're even gonna finish in the end is a question.
Yeah, and again,
And there's no rush, by the way.
I always believe that there's no such thing as a stupid question.
Of
At
course.
least that
It's only stupid answers.
yeah.
I see what you did there.
But yeah. If you got any questions though, don't be afraid to ask them. We may have the answers for them. I mean, look, you'll never know it until you ask.
Exactly. Just don't ask about lottery numbers. We know for a fact he doesn't have those. Even if he is from the future.
I do got them, but
It's not
I'm
just the
already
local ones.
Yeah, pretty much. What are my local numbers going to do for you? We're not in the same lottery.
Exactly. Plus, I think they're all drawn at the same time. But well, no, they're not drawn at the same time. Just like no, they're drawn different times, but they're different lotteries. Yeah, I don't know where I was going with that one, but you know, he's like, love because all in black. Exactly, all in on black.
All in on black. Wait a minute.
I'm more of a red person.
What do people actually gamble? People gamble in the red or the black?
I go for the green 00. S4 League. Is that season 4 league?
What's this?
The chess table.
I don't know. Actually.
And thanks for doing. It's good to see you. Hope you have a rest of your day, rest of your night, rest of your evening, rest of your weekend. Maybe see you on Sunday. Ahoy. Oh, the game was called S4. Oh, interesting. S4 League. Never heard of that.
S4 League. S4 League. What platform was that on? Or
Probably Sega Genesis.
S4
No, just kidding.
League.
I think it's on Steam.
Is it?
It was the way it was done with multi 3D for playing the game. Damn. Okay, so it was on PC.
2 a.m. now. Enjoy it. Oh, okay, man. Night, Annan. Great having you up here, dude. You can get some rest now, dude.
Exactly.
It was a physics shooter. It was a standalone title. Futuristic.
Kind of looks
shooter.
like. I don't know how to
It's not
describe it,
awesome.
actually. It's the third person shooter, it looks like.
Okay, hold on a second. Let me take a look, see, Lou.
I almost want to say it looks like Overwatch in third person.
S4 League. Oh,
Graphics kind
shit.
of remind me of Hi-Fi Rush.
It does. Yeah, that logo there. That logo actually kind of looks familiar.
Third person first to make sure we basically played football with guns. So it's basically Rocket League with guns instead of cars.
Yeah, I've actually seen this before.
It's literally Rocket League with guns instead of cars. Holy shit! Now that I think about it,
Yeah.
melted computers. Jesus.
What's this? This is a game coming out of Korea. Okay. Yeah, the logo is what stuck out for me. I've recognized that logo somewhere. I just didn't know exactly that this was.
It
this
does
was-
look like the Rocket League logo. Not gonna lie.
It has the shield. Has the shield icon.
Shield shape,
with
yeah.
Yeah.
Especially with the honeycomb.
Oh yeah, the Hextech kind of design.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, American football.
American football. Football.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, American football where it's called football, but you're playing with the ball with your hands.
Exactly. Now, if any of you are familiar with American football, know it's called football, but you play it with your hands. Sorry, that's my attempt at doing John Madden. Not very good at it.
Man, John Madden. Remember hearing him in the older NFL games.
Yeah.
I'm talking about like older NFL games, like back to PS2 days. Jesus.
Mm-hmm. I think they still make Madden NFL games, don't they? Even though he's been
They
dead
do.
for like 10 years.
Yeah, of course they swapped out announcers and whatnot, but I never. I don't really.
Oh, he
I
only
don't
died 3
really
years ago.
play-
Never mind. Yeah. Yeah, I don't play
Oh, well,
sports games either.
Let's see. I
I think it was
used
called it because
to.
handy ball with burly men would might have been given the wrong connotation. True.
Oh God.
Hand egg.
I used to play sniping hardcore in that game. Probably one of the few games with guns I ever really got into, besides stuff like Ratchet and Clank. I did actually try it out, Ratchet and Clank. The only one. There was only one that actually I tried out on the PS2 though, but I don't, that was just it. But I do really love the characters Ratchet and Clank and the story that comes out of there. Anything that like came out from PS2, we're talking about like Ratchet and Clank, Jack and Dexter, Spyro, literally the
Yeah.
PlayStation All Stars, PlayStation Legends, and what a Crash Bandicoot.
Oh, yeah.
That was
And-
my generation.
It's funny when you mention all those as well. It's just like you can tell like the genre, just like the modeling style that they all had very similar like modeling style in a way, and it was like it felt like very like action arcade kind of thing.
Oh yeah, and heck, yeah, If we're going back to like the PlayStation days, wow, howdy. Lots of nostalgia that goes back into that with all the characters that comes up with the PlayStation exclusives and whatnot. I'd say those like were the golden days of PlayStation,
Mhm.
PS2, where we thought that like the memory cards, where we thought that like 100 megabytes is like, oh my god, that's a lot of memory.
That's a lot of
Megabytes.
damage. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. But like here we are right now with like in hard drives or like SSDs that has like at least 100. I was about to say terabytes.
Yeah.
It's like, oh god, it's like 100 terabytes.
I would love to have 100 terabytes of memory.
I wish I had.
Maybe not
100
necessarily in
terabytes.
RAM because I don't need to run that many things, but like storage would be nice.
Yeah,
Acquire all the music throughout the history of time.
yeah. Gigabytes. Where back during the time PlayStation 2 and whatnot, we thought that megabytes was the biggest capacity of memory storage. Now we're at like terabytes.
Oh, yeah.
And number of terabytes.
I think was the thing where it's like humans will never need more than like 3 megabytes of memory is what the slogan was, some shit like that.
That's the thing with when it comes to like the processing power of a human brain.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, we are able to like process at least like what 128 gigabytes worth of
Something like
memory
that.
at a single time, or something around there, like at a single second and whatnot. The brain is literally that of a supercomputer in itself.
Fox, I was just gonna say that sounds like a totally different thing.
Fox, what are you giggling over there about?
Oh, Fox, yeah, that could be interpreted so many ways, especially in the age of the internet and video streaming. Ahoy!
Fox,
But I remember back in the time when I
yourself
bought my
one-
first 16 gigabyte 2.0 flash drive for like $60.
How long ago was that?
That was when I was like in high school. No, actually, that was just coming. That was like in university. That would have been like early 2010s.
Oh yeah. Just
But yeah, Fox, that reminds
things
me
are,
of a
like,
different
so-
educational video on the internet, allegedly.
Oh,
But anyway,
most parents told me one gigabyte USB told me would be more computer memory than I'd ever. You know what? Let's put this.
so you went and you
let's
filled her
put this-
instead. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I
let's-
derailed this entire thing. My apologies.
Wow. Moving on.
You're more always than one. Okay, I'll stop. Sorry.
Yeah.
I can't help it.
You said it, not me.
Yeah. You got me. You got me there. Oh, I remember when
Oh,
the
no,
default. Actually, you know anything about it? Remember when when I first got my first PSP, the default memory stick, the stock memory stick that came with it was 32 megabytes, and getting a 2 gigabyte stick was like a massive upgrade for it. And that thing cost like over well over like 100. I can't remember how much it was, but it was like a lot of money at the time.
For
I did
PSP.
kill it.
Oh yeah. I
Yeah, the first
actually
time PSP.
remember that. I didn't.
I
own
still
a
have
PSP.
mine. I just don't have my charger anymore.
Oh boy, howdy. Huh. The only thing that I could be able to go back on is probably my N64.
Not the
So
old
we're
memory
going back
cartridges
way-
you put.
Yeah, the old memory cartridges that you put into your controller.
Yeah. I love that in the actually I don't now that I realize I never had an actual memory cartridge, I just had a rumble pack. Actually, I'm thinking about one memory cartridge like later on because it didn't say enough to the game, but it was just like that was some wild. And even in the GameCube, the memory sticks, the memory cards that you had for the GameCube, it didn't actually tell you the size of the card itself. It just told you the units in blocks, not in like actual memory size.
Yeah. Last I recall, if I were to go into Nintendo GameCube memory menu and whatnot, I do believe
Yeah.
in order to access that, as you turn on the GameCube and when the cube is rolling out to make that GameCube icon, I think you need to hold down the,
Bang.
yeah.
Exactly.
So I thought that I had to hold down the Z button, which was like the first in the gaming industry, that was like literally the first interpretation of a bumper button.
Yeah.
The Z button was on the right upper right side, close to the R trigger and whatnot, if I recall that. So in order to access the that menu there, I had to hold down that button until it spins and
Oh,
shows
yeah,
reveals
yeah.
the menu. So yeah. Good times there. It does show like the memory though, but it doesn't show like how much memory it shows. Like you have a save state, but it doesn't show you how much memory of that particular card that is occupying.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Very true. Side point.
Yeah.
Fox Sauce Danny background is playing. Okay. No, actually, when I moved my yapping segments to the studio format, I actually got rid of my BGM because I wanted to bring the experience more closer to that of an actual podcast, which they don't run any BGMs for. So I kind of wanted to do more things like that. Yeah, that's why you're just getting us full frontal and raw, audio wise anyway. The full unadulterated audio experience of two manly men in the same room. Allegedly.
Doing it raw?
Exactly. Raw and unfiltered, just like my coffee.
Allegedly.
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 Kind of the days we play, have fun, think you had an awesome build trade, and a friend like, you tried this method, and be like, you'd be excited to try it. Then use it. True, yeah. And that's why I kind of enjoy the games like, Crab Champs and shit, where it's like there's no one right way to play it. You can always you can always like make completely different. You can always do a completely different route do it a completely different way every time, and still come out with something awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, there's the counter.
About that also goes about different ways in our games that we play, especially with tactical FPS games. I really do like the fact that you can go about on an operation, you can go about on a mission however you like. There is not always like one set uniform way to go and whatnot.
True,
and
yeah.
Which, yeah, like in Ready or Not, despite the whole map being the same layout and whatnot, there is always a different way to make insertion into the map and whatnot, and also the random generated positioning of the objectives or like enemy positions and civilians and whatnot. That's one thing that I really do like about tactical FPS games, in which it sets you up in a way that you can't really use meta or like what you would expect.
Oh, another hydrate.
You cannot be able to use that to go about missions because like literally every run through will not be the same.
Oh, of course. It's always fun to find new ways to insertion in randomly generated positions.
Yeah, that's what I really like about procedurally generated games.
Oh yeah. No one runs the same. Exactly.
Yeah. And that's the thing too. I talk about
even
how much
Fallujah's actually big on that.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, every time we go through it, it's always different all the time.
Which is interesting considering that the setup is, or like the gameplay is based on like an actual like real world operation during the Iraq War. Is that they include the ability for like randomly generated city. But I guess in a way it also makes sense when because there'd be no way of knowing no really way of knowing what the layout of the city was until they went in the first place, I guess. Well, I mean, unless you had like, the spy drones and shit, but even so, it's like the operation, they're still hitting the ground basically, well, regardless of what the layout of the building was, their operational strategy would still be the same. Their operational tactics, I should say, would still be the same.
Yeah.
Applied differently.
Yeah, so when the company Viscera Games invited
That's
these
Fox.
100 plus Marines to the studio to have an interview to get information on like what the experience was like when they were fighting in that 6-day battle in Fallujah. A lot of the Marines emphasize that when they go in there, they don't know what to expect.
Look, propane.
They were just only tasked to get into the buildings and clear them, not knowing
Hey, Steve
what kind
McCann,
of
good to see you as
dangers
well.
or what is
Happy
in
Friday.
those houses, in those buildings
True.
that they had to clear. So the developers took that notion and they want to emphasize the unpredictability. The
Mhm.
unpredictability and the unawareness, the not knowing what's going to come up the very moment when they kick the doors down and they go in. The unexpectedness is basically what Viscera Games capitalized on in order
Yeah.
to make that as a game mechanic, and it has done that. They have executed that very well in developing 6 Days in Fallujah. Every time
Absolutely.
when we go into Every time when we go onto terrain, we make insertion into a building. When we kick the doors, we don't know what to expect. The whole
God, no.
the whole entirety of the house is dark. We can't even see.
Yeah.
We can't even see much peeking from the
And hey,
outside. And
You
heck,
vault
we
through a
can't
window,
even
you land
see
in a
that.
hole or a tunnel.
That's the thing. And it's because that was like an almost true, like an almost true detail to what the
Mhm.
Marines had to face.
Yeah, because they don't know what the fuck's going to be open that
and-
door, like you said, until they actually open it.
Even it was a thing with the Marines that they are already in that mentality that whoever the point man is that
Mhm.
is going to be going in, the life expectancy of the point men is going to be very small.
Yeah.
In which they're not going. Whoever's the first one in, they're not going to expect them to come back out alive when they go to the next house. And
Yeah.
whatnot. That is a pretty harsh reality, and
Mhm.
that is, of course, really fucked up and whatnot. If we know that urban combat has gotten our soldiers to go into that mentality, saying
Yeah.
that like anyone that is the pointman, everyone is in that mentality, saying that, well, it's nice knowing you. Good luck and Godspeed. 'Cause
Exactly.
We're not going to expect you to be stacking up with us for the next house.
Yeah.
And that's kind of fucked up, but that is also a reality in which that they did share in those interviews with Viscera Games.
The doorway to death,
whatnot.
basically.
And it's a very good way how to 6 Days in Fallujah specifically, I see it as like not only like an immersive tactical FPS game, but it's like
Mhm.
an immersive, like interactive documentary. A way
Oh, yeah.
for like Marines and for history to a history to show itself in a
Mhm.
different kind of form, a different kind of medium, in which like is very relevant to our, it's relevant to today in terms of like, uh, communicating that this event happened.
Oh,
in
yeah.
which video games has done that flawlessly. I'd say that like in terms of storytelling, video games is pretty much where it's at. Primarily because like you can pretty much get everything that like a storybook, a movie, TV
Mhm.
show could immerse an audience though. But a video game has taken everything like that a step further, in which it
Oh,
puts
yeah.
the audience, like the player, in
Mhm.
the shoes of the character and the context that they are dealt within.
I mean,
Hence is the reason
honestly,
why that. Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No,
No,
go
finish
ahead.
your point first. I was going to add on to that.
So yeah,
Hence
that
the
is the
reason
thing
why.
that that is the thing that I would say again, like in mass communication and whatnot. The reason, I'm a mass communication student, and time again, I do say that like video games is has flawlessly communicated, in telling a story to express and whatnot, and communicating flawlessly to an audience, primarily because if you were to give control of the character of a character in the context of the story that they are dealt in, I'd say that is like the best way to tie a connection between the audience and the character that they want to, portray a story and whatnot. It's just basically putting yourself in the shoes of the character, in the context, in the world that you put the audience in. And by far, I'd say that in terms of storytelling, that's pretty much where it's at. Hence, like if we translate that over to 6 Days in Fallujah, in the way how the developers put the game in such a way to immerse the audience, to make the audience feel that they're in the boots of these Marines in this actual event that happened, like what they do with the mechanics of unpredictability, not knowing what you're going to face the moment you kick the door. You kick the door open, you go in there. It's like, are you just going to be faced with darkness, or like, are you going to be faced with the muzzle right to your face the very moment you come into a door and all that stuff?
Yeah.
Nobody knows. And that is a thing I'd say video games has done flawlessly, and even now they're doing it even better with how technology is kind of sophisticating more, and it's moving on to being more sophisticated. Like heck, virtual reality is pretty much where it's at. I can confirm that with the fact with anyone else that's in the industry, in the gaming industry, or anyone that has to deal with electronics when it comes to storytelling. I tell you what, virtual reality is pretty much where we are at this moment right now in the digital age. What more can you be able to feel, and you can be able to understand a story, or actually put yourself in the shoes of the character that you play as? Putting yourself in full control of the character that you play as, unlike in VR. Quite literally, you move around. You move around the character. You hear yourself as the character. You look at any reflection in that world in VR. You are that character.
Yeah.
What right now? You tell me of anything else that does storytelling better than that.
Very true. It's like there's literally a 1-to-1 movement correlation between your actions in IRL versus in the game itself. At least if you have like the proper setup.
Yeah. And so that's the reason why I say that like video games has done that very flawlessly, and I give my hats off to any developers or indie developers that makes like in the tactical FPS scene that that drives more of that immersion factor, especially not just only for one player, but like a collective team of players, friends, and whatnot, or even randos that can be able to immerse in that together. And like the bigger payoff to that, they can be able to immerse in that experience as a team. Immerse
Absolutely.
in that together. That makes it more than just a game. That
Oh, God,
really
yeah.
is a social thing.
Yeah. No,
So
it's a
something like
full-on
that, I like to
engagement.
engagement, something like that, in which, like me as a niche tactical VTuber and whatnot, taking that whole concept is what I'm trying to integrate in my content specifically, not just because, like, I like to play FPS games or something, but I like to take my audience I like to take my audience with me and make them feel as if they're part of the team in the immersive kind of way that I felt when when I'm like working with my friends, or like these randos, in the whole notion that the like an immersion factor is an immersion is like a different way to look about FPS games, aside from just your usual formula of Call of Duty, or
Yeah.
like your competitive multiplayer arcade shooters and whatnot, or like just some people just looks at an FPS games and is just like mindlessly going around and shooting people.
Yeah.
No, I don't. I grew up with FPS games, and I definitely know there's more to FPS games than just that. And now,
Oh yeah.
with how games or FPS games have become so sophisticated, more realistic in that way, where it gives way to like, more the what do you call that, the three C's of teamwork. What is that? Coordination, collaboration, communication.
Mm.
Three C's of teamwork applies ever more so in these kinds of games, in which the outputs of accomplishing a task together as a collective thing is even more satisfying. At least to me, it's more satisfying and more rewarding to what you would get as like an MVP on a
Mhm.
high on on a pedestal.
I mean, I absolutely feel. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I enjoy running the Sunday Squad to the guys so much.
Mhm.
It's
Fox Play said something.
he said a few things actually. Look at this. Like one thing that I actually wanted to touch on, one that I actually want to mention is in terms of the immersion factor with certain video. I've noticed that a good example of the experience of playing through a movie is the Grand Theft Auto games, like at least the 3D ones. I've always felt like, playing through the story in those ones, even though you have like a lot of freedom of choice in terms of like the sandbox type city area or like experience, you still kind of get the experience of like, and at least if you follow the story, you're kind of playing through a movie in a way. At least that's how I felt about it. But
Yeah. Again, a lot of games, especially like when it comes to single player types of games, or
Mhm.
like they have a campaign and whatnot, there's a story to be told. And um, it goes back to that thing that video games has, compared to other kind of forms of media, and like time and time again, I always keep telling my batch and like anyone else that is in mass communications or kind of media practitioner, video games have done a flawless job in telling a story and whatnot, primarily
Mhm.
because it will put your audience, your players, in the shoes of the characters that it's playing. It literally puts you in the world that, in the context that you're dealt with, the character that you need to play with. Some people immerse themselves enough that they feel that they are the character that they play as.
Mhm.
It makes it ever more easier to convey a story, at least in terms of storytelling. And let's see, and also Fox Plays said about the controversy, a little bit on the controversy side with it, about the infamous COD airport level, which is the no Russian level, I believe is what you're telling me.
Mm.
So, right, do you think developers have went too far? Um, so in terms of portraying brutality and morbidness in video games, I'd say as
Mortal
long
Kombat.
as, I mean, yeah, that's. I'd say like you can you like kind of think about like other games that went went as far as to show like gore and whatnot. We can take like Mortal Kombat again. It was literally taking like gore animation. Do you think that like do you think the developers had went far in portraying these very morbid, visceral depictions of a person being, torn to pieces and whatnot, but yet people has taken that as entertainment?
Mhm. Do you think the
I think
developers really been far, even to decide to even go on to look more like exactly? Don't answer that.
so. I'd say if I'd say that the line of which a developer would take portrayal of like real world circumstance and like um very sensitive topics, I'd say
Mhm.
they would go too far if they're just if they're just using that for the means of portraying it, not for the means of telling a story.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because if you have a story to be told, then there, if you have a story to be told, then I'd say it's not really taking it too far. Because
If it's part of the
again,
element.
I'd say yeah, it has to be a part of the element.
Like I think
And
Fallujah is a good example of that for one thing.
I would say
Like, yes,
yes,
the
that's
conditions are
also
absolutely
fine.
brutal, but at the same time, like, it's very much applicable to the real world counterpart.
Yeah, that is true. The Marines, when they had to talk about their stories of Fallujah, the developers asked them to give them as much details about it. And I'm pretty sure that there was a good amount of details that the Marines have showed of human brutality, morbidness, and whatnot. And like some extents that they're not allowed to be like portraying out there in video games, especially when it comes to children and whatnot. But the story about that, I'm pretty sure, has been disclosed and told from Marines who actually seen like the real world event that happened there. Of course, like Marines that have fought there in Fallujah, they've seen children that's been involved in there. But now, like, if we're talking about like in terms of storytelling for a video game, then that's where you probably might want to draw the line to an extent,
Mm-hmm.
because again, we do got laws, we do got some lines that should not be crossed when it comes to portraying children and whatnot.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. So, let's see. I need to back read because that is a lot of paragraphs right there.
Oh, good.
All right. So what do we got? From the COD thing. Okay, so I already answered that. We are still. Let's see. Equivalent to PS1 immersion. The only gripe I have with some FPS is that they look so realistic it blurs the line between fiction, like body cam, for example. Okay, so Potru's Kyori here is talking about FPS games being sophisticated in graphics wise. That like we're talking about like the whole body cam perspective of FPS, where if anyone that is familiar with the game Unrecord and whatnot, some time ago, some user on Twitter has uploaded this gameplay demo, or like a little gameplay footage that he say that this is going to be a next upcoming game, an FPS game that will be in the body cam perspective, in which some people doubted that it was actual real life footage. They decided to challenge him, and so he followed up with a video of the same kind of thing, the same kind of perspective, only that it is in the software for the Unreal Engine editor.
Mm-hmm.
So it was not recorded footage. It was literally a game that was
absolutely.
rendered in the bodycam perspective to look real life.
Even some of the Backrooms games are like that, actually.
Yeah, that's
Like
just the sophistication of graphics engines that is literally moving forward to make things look more realistic.
Mm-hmm.
So where does one draw the line between a video game and a video game too realistic? I don't think they went too far because it's reminiscent of real life scenario. It touches the subjects I'm comfortable to talk about. Yeah, the real life scenario. We're talking about 6 Days of Fallujah. 6 Days of Fallujah development of that game was just basically a medium for the Marines to actually tell their story.
Exactly.
These topics we talked about, in my opinion. Yeah.
And again, back on the like movie segment, it's one thing. Now imagine it's like if you took that same segment, it'd be one thing if they had made it into like if they had just made it into a movie, but by making it into a game as well, if you want that, like it kind of gives you that. Well, obviously because it's a first person shooter, the immersion is in first, but it gives you like that first person immersion experience, within, as in being within the story that they're telling, not just as in like you're in the first person experience as, they're just going through the stories being told, but like, you're going through the experience in the way that not only are you trying to tell the story yourself, but like you're essentially trying to. So the way I'm phrasing it is, it's not just you watching the story happen from the first person perspective. It's literally you, acting it out, almost like you're acting it out on their behalf. Like you're under this. You're basically having to do. You're literally having to do the same thing that they did. Obviously within like the game environment, but it's still like, it's like you have the opportunity to see, like, firsthand in a way, just how brutal and how difficult their mission. Mission is mission the right word? The operation they had to carry out is how brutal it actually was. And it's like, you don't really get that same type of, you don't experience it to the same degree if you're just in there watching it happen. You have to actually be in there and try to have to get it done for yourself in order to realize just how much of a challenge it really is. Because just by watching it happen and just watching somebody else do it, like, you're not seeing just how much of a struggle it actually is to get that done. And so, like, by putting you in the first person active role, you realize, even if you're not actually out there in the field, in the military in Fallujah, like, you still realize, that shit's not fucking easy. And there's a lot at stake if you can't get if you can't get the job done. Not just for like your platoon, whatever I want to say, but like even just for yourself, I guess is the way I want to put it, if that makes sense. I'll tell you, Shotgun Gabe.
I can. Oh, hey Gabe, what's up, dude? But yeah, again, when it comes to immersive storytelling and whatnot, again, there are also things to mind. Also, like, something that the audience should also mind about, like, when this kind of content
good to see you. All the best to you. I'll see you next time.
Yeah,
rest of the weekend
is meant to be viewed for like a particular audience and whatnot, right? Hence, let's say the storytelling in 6 Days in Fallujah. Obviously, you're not going to be having like a young child that's going to be immersed in that kind of stuff. Again, like, I'm going off of what Fox Plays said. Right here, COD is meant to be a more realistic adaptation through our media. This usually goes back to what you were saying earlier about putting yourself in the shoes of the character. Video games are an amazing immersive experience, but should a game which any 13-year-old kid can legally get their hands on allow those developing minds to be immersed in the real gritty horrors of war? Now,
no, that's why game ranking. That's why, content labels exist.
Yeah, that's the reason. That's where I'll need to put.
That's the responsibility of the parents.
Yeah, that's where I need to put up about the responsibilities and whatnot. Again, there's a reason why ESRB or rating systems or any kind of ESRB ratings from different parts of the world have there, is to make it clear and transparent that the type of content is meant for a specific audience. Now, I'm not expecting kid, even though conventionally younger audience are still being exposed to like more mature rated games and whatnot. If we're gonna go to the the more to the way how it should be, these kids should not be having themselves like immersed or exposed to these kinds of harsh realities at such a young age.
Yeah.
This is the reason why there's an ESRB rating. Where does that responsibility come in from? Is starting from the parents or whatever element of the family that's in charge of the nurturing element of a child in their upbringing. Now, I'm not going to go into too many details about that, but again, should a game which a 13-year-old kid can legally get their hands on allow these developing minds to be immersed in the real gritty wars of war? Now, mind you, think about how a hammer is designed to hammer a nail. Can you fault a game that transparently is designed to be rated for this particular audience? Can you fault it to be what it's designed for? Then
No, because that's literally what the
where-
purpose of it is.
Yeah, it's meant for
It's
this
like-
audience and transparent for
It'd be like
that.
faulting a racing simulator for being about driving.
And then there comes the audience that overlooks their responsibilities as consumers or consumer of media. And that also goes into mass communication principles 101 and whatnot, where there's a difference between what like a content is made for its purpose, and then there's a responsibility of the consumers taking in these media and whatnot. There's also a responsibility of the consumers as well. Hence, that can also translate to, to people choosing to take in, this content. It's pretty much the same thing. There is always the choice of not exposing yourself to that content until you are actually legitimately ready to maturely take that content.
Exactly.
So, should a game which a 13-year-old kid can legally get their hands on allow developing minds to be immersed in the real gritty horrors of war?
No, because that game should be
Provided-
reserved for old players 18 and older.
Should wait for the kid to actually be of the intended age in which they
Exactly.
would most likely, take it in a mature kind of context and whatnot. Again, that goes back to the responsibility of the consumer. And, again, in media or anything, be it social medias, internet, whatever kind of information we take in and whatnot, we consumers also have that responsibility. Always mind that. Do not overlook that. It's not always the responsibilities of people that is making content and whatnot, because most likely it's people make content for its intended purpose. Doesn't mean you gotta fault them, because like what you consume, whatever the outputs of what the consumers take in from the content that was made for its purpose does not align and whatnot. You cannot fault the content creator for making the content as it's intended for.
No, exactly.
cannot
It'd be like kids going to the theater, initially going for like a movie that's rated like PG-13 and sneaking one that's rated like, wait, what is it? Ratings for movies? Oh yeah, they buy a ticket for a PG-13 movie and sneak into one that's rated R, which I did in elementary school once and got kicked out of the theater. But just like
Or like
that point,
someone that goes into a comedy club, but the comedy club made it transparent that like this segment or like this what they're going to be featuring for this comedy segment, this is going to feature dark humor and whatnot.
oh god, yeah,
they say that this is what's going to happen. This is the kind of content that's going to be happening in this comedy club.
yeah.
But like for the person that came in there with the ticket and everything, read the disclaimers, know what they're going to get into, they still get offended by it, knowing what
Exactly.
they're going in there. It doesn't make sense.
It'd be like taking kids to a George Carlin show just because he played the conductor in Thomas and Friends.
Yeah.
No, it's two completely different roles. Unfortunately, the guy's dead now, but still, you know what I mean.
Desert bushes. Nintendo Switch store pushes AI-made $2 hentai art puzzle games to children at E-rated games. Wait, what? Wait, hold up a second.
Are you sure that's not just the marketplace? Like, I don't know how.
What exactly is that? And there's so many that Nintendo can't even keep up or enforce it. So at this point, it's not difficult to imagine.
Like, why are they allowing things into their store then if they don't really know what the hell they are? That is a real question. Because I know that Nintendo's supposed to be like super strict about the type of content that it's serving.
Nintendo Switch store pushes AI-made $2 hentai art puzzle games. I kind of want to know what. I kind of want to know what game that is referring to, though, because that sounds very specific.
Oh, it sounds like a general marketplace overridden with junk games, like in like a mobile app stores kind of thing. How there's like, well, even Steam's guilty of this, but
it's like their eShop channel or something.
Probably
that you can.
And you saw the Switch marketplace. Oh, okay, so it's. So I guess maybe their admissions criteria has gotten like super lax or something. I don't know, because that doesn't necessarily sound like something that one would usually expect from Nintendo and like with how strict they are in terms of their content. But I think like it might have been that they opened up
like under monitored. In all honesty,
yeah,
because something like that would not fly by Nintendo.
Shouldn't anyway.
At least not by conventional means.
Yeah.
At the same time, to be honest, these greedy games help kids get a real reality check, so they don't recklessly enlist in the military when they hit 18. Through that, yes and no. There is the notion where you should teach them young and whatnot.
Yeah. Or like, I mean, like if they're gonna be, for one, if they're gonna be enlisting in the military, they shouldn't be simply listening to the words of a recruiter. They should actually be discussing it with their friends and family, because like the whole purpose of the recruiter is to get them into the military in the first place by any and all means necessary. Even if it's lying to them about be able to get a nice Dodge Charger with a low down payment and be able to pay for the full education.
Let's see. At the end of the day, the companies creating these games have one goal: their bottom line. The only reason they would police their own products or restrict themselves behind any SRB ratings because of regulations. Because of regulations and the fact that some people would rather sue than take care of their own children.
I would think that the companies would at least be responsible enough to market their games to their proper audiences. Like the people that are putting out like Rockstar Games, for example, Grand Theft Auto.
Incoming raid.
Oh yeah, we got a raid coming. Hang tight.
Welcome, Raiders.
Sagi Chan, thank you very much. Appreciate it. How is Overwatch 2 going? Very good to see you. That makes it welcome. Talking to Cheryl, Tony, everything. VTubers couldn't stream Monday to Friday 7 and 10 time. Friday, Sundays 5 doing time. Currently doing the Sunday Squad. We're currently doing Friday more 2 for 1 with the field commander of the Sunday Squad, lovely Louis 661. How's it going? Hope you have a good day so far. Good Friday to you. That being said, if you need a raid run, feel free to do so and go ahead. But if you wish to stick around, I do appreciate it.
You need to speak a little bit slower, though. You're going too fast for Sagi.
She'll catch up. Just watch the VOD in half speed. It'll be fine. Would appreciate the raid. That being said, get the day or sleep with the food if you need to. I know it is currently a lot later in Poland time. It's currently probably around dinner time. That being said, go enjoy that. Go enjoy some nice pierogi. But all the best to you. And that being said, raid as well if you wish to stick around. I do appreciate it, but if not, I totally understand. There's no point. There's nothing wrong with the raiding run, especially after a nice and long Usagi stream. Pancakes, hell yeah! Some good evening pancakes. Can't go wrong with that. What's your topping of choice in the pancakes? That being said, hope you enjoy them. Have a great Easter weekend as well. And thanks so much for thanking community to me. I appreciate it. Anyway, back to you, Louis.
Right. So, going to the next one. Fox Plays replied to Shotgun Game. That's a fair point, actually. But again, it also glorifies war. Oh, wait. Wait, what the shotgun?
Oh
game?
right, yeah. Grand Theft Auto.
Loading characters directly in less than
TLDR was that if the companies like making, the companies should know what type of games they're marketing their content to. And so, like, when they're putting together things in the first place that contain a certain amount of content, like, they know that, sure, it'll appeal to different groups, but based on the content that's going to the game, it should only be classified to like be sold to certain groups as well. That's the whole point of ESRB ratings and whatnot.
Mm-hmm. And
Like, just because of the
also
fact that like other like age groups may get access to those games doesn't put the onus on the company to manage that. That's all. That the onus then is on in the process involved on how the kids get their hands on the game in the first place, which of course, like once again, comes down to the parents.
yeah, again, people will make their content for an intended audience and like intended purpose and all that stuff. You can't fault them for that. If you know, if you happen to consume that type of content in which you, well, by age that they deem to be the most appropriate, if you're not of that age and whatnot, you can't fault them for that. That's just pretty much that's pretty much like a house rule to them
Mm-hmm.
and whatnot. You can't fault them for that, for laying down house rules.
Exactly.
Again, you can't fault a hammer that is designed to hammer nails, right?
Mhm.
Again, making
Especially if the hammer's rated M for mature.
yeah.
Hammer Simulator.
I want to address that other thing. Actually, fair point. But again, it also. Okay, so the whole thing between Chalk and Gabe and Pox plays about glorifying war in shooter games or military simulators and whatnot. Okay, so the thing about that I do want to address with the thing about like it's hard to show people the realistic side when you're giving them dopamine rush every kill.
Exactly.
So,
Can't police the internet.
I usually go back onto the kind of thing in where like
They can't control who's going to be
in
hitting that
video
18 plus
games it's
button.
fun to shoot at people. It's fun to kill people.
Or
in
saying
video
they're 18
games.
anyway. Yeah.
That's fun. But doing that in real life, no. It is not fun at all.
Yeah.
You keep your fun and you keep that dopamine rush in your video games.
Yeah.
And again,
Like, you don't
that
know
is
exactly what the experience, like, unless they're specifically trained, you don't know, like, what exactly, you don't know how much, what does I want to say? You don't understand the full gravity of the situation in real life until that gun is in your hand, it is loaded, and is pointed at somebody of your discretion.
Yeah.
Or is one
That's the
pointed
reason
back
why
at
I always
you.
keep saying about like this becomes a buzzword, the term realistic. When we talk about like tactical, like realistic FPS games or military simulated type of games,
Mm-hmm.
here's one thing I'll tell, which is the line in which I will never go past, in which I will never take these simulated or realistic games as if it was a one-for-one experience.
Oh, God, no.
No matter
here's-
how much you think of a video game to be as realistic and whatnot, it is never anything like what my friends in the military or any of
Yeah.
my VTubing friends who are actually in the military, they said that they will not play a shooting game or like a simulation game or realistic game if it makes them feel as if they're back at work,
Yeah.
because they already
That's understandable.
did that. They already do
Yeah.
all that stuff that you see in the games in real life. Why do they need
Mhm.
to play a game again to make them feel as if they're back at work? They play a game to have fun. and whatnot.
Exactly.
So I take that concept and say that no matter how simulated or how realistic an FPS milsim game would be, it will never
Mhm.
be the one-for-one experience. If you want
God,
the
no.
one-for-one experience, it is voluntarily available for you. If you want the one-for-one experience of the military, then go and enlist.
Exactly. And
it's
like,
available
is that the
to
thing?
you, and it's it's voluntarily. Nobody's forcing you to go in there. So if that's the kind of experience that you want, you won't find that in video games. You will find that at your local enlistment area or enlistment
Exactly.
office.
You'll get the real life experience, but you also have to accept the real life risks. Because at least in terms of video game, like it's so long as there's that barrier of separation through like screen, keyboard, and mouse, it will never be as much as the graphics may be detailed, the experience maybe the physics and everything may be detailed. You can't really truly call it realistic so long as you're viewing it behind a screen in a computer, even if a VR headset.
Yep. Yeah, that's pretty much what I tell a lot of people, time and time again, that like despite me being a tactical or a seasoned tactical FPS player and whatnot, there's at one point that I will never take the experience of these realistic games and make it as if it's a job and whatnot,
Yeah.
or a one-for-one experience. That at that point, all the fun would just go. All the fun would just go flying out the window at that point. I've experienced that before, especially with cringe milsim arma groups. That
Right.
literally
I remember
say
you telling me
you
about
need
that.
to dedicate- Yeah.
You got to tell Chad about that because it is a wild ride. Not gonna lie.
So back when I was a frequent player for Arma 3, I used to run some custom ops with I don't remember exactly what this clan is though, but at first they seemed like a bunch of cool dudes, pretty chill, and these guys were actually active in the military and whatnot. But they also take in people who are not in the military or is like kind of like tactical minded and whatnot. So
Yeah.
I kind of wanted to join in this group and kind of learn from them. And I'd say I did learn from them, but I'd say a little bit too much because I did wanted to get out there and get some action, like be part of a direct combat kind of unit, because I wanted to go out there and like shoot some bad guys and whatnot. That
Yeah.
was my mentality. I want to get some action.
As
But,
one wants to do in a game about shooting.
as they go, yes, but again, it's going back to that one-for-one experience and whatnot. They treat it like that,
Yeah.
and it became so freaking boring, and they just became so fucking cringe and distasteful that they forgot that they're playing a game. And so at that
Yeah.
point, all the fun went out the window, and I didn't want to have anything to do with that.
Oh God.
Because again, I play a game to have fun. I never
Yeah.
was in the military, and for those that were in the military, it just pretty much means that they're just back at work again.
But with nothing at stake this time around.
Yeah. But
It's like you're
again, fun facts
literally
goes up the
making
window.
a job out of a simulator
Yeah, when they've already
and
done
accomplishing
finished-
nothing.
Yeah, especially those that already finished or out process already finished their military service. They go into these groups and whatnot. They want to play like a game that's more realistic and whatnot, but not up to the point that makes them feel that they're back in regiment again, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the thing. That is the point that I will on my content. I do have quasi-realistic, immersive tactical gameplay with my friends and randos and whatnot. But I will never go up to the point that it becomes like a job or it reminds
God,
any
no.
military personnel that they are back at regiment. I will never.
Yeah,
get
exactly.
up to that point. I've walked.
'Cause in
away
the end,
from
we all
that
play for
ever
fun.
since. Yeah, a video game is supposed to be fun. You keep
Exactly.
your fun in your video games, right? There's a reason
Mm-hmm.
why we play video games. The reason why I made my friends, why we made friends on there, is because video games literally brought us together, and it's that fun is like that glue that pretty much kept us stick together with whatever similar interests that we have. In this kind of
Exactly.
context, my fun is in team-based, immersive, tactical FPS experience with your friends where if we accomplish a mission, that means everyone on the team feels like winner, not just
Exactly.
one person. No such thing as an MVP.
Yeah.
You and I are no different from each other. We do not have any special abilities that makes us superior to one another. The only thing that makes us different is our role and the equipment that we have for our role. But other than
Exactly.
that, we're just the same. In which
In
that
addition to
means
being
we need
fun,
to
like
work
I also
together
find it to
and-
be mentally stimulating.
Oh yeah, and also that also gives way for if everyone on the team is immersed enough, that also gives way to everyone learning from each other.
Oh,
And
100%.
whatnot. Yeah, in my many times playing FPS games, I've learned a lot from the many people that I've stacked with, from different kinds of gameplay to engagements, from dynamic to methodical engagements, different ways of tactics of clearing a room, different ways of formations, positioning, and like literally all these tactics that I've learned from is like different host nations from different countries and the way how they go, and hence the reason why I'm glad that like through my VTubing career that I was able to find a bridge between like VTubing and the tactical community, a military enthusiast, gun enthusiast, and whatnot. So I'm glad that I actually was able to find my way through many different, you know, different communities and finding there a bridge in between. So,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Sorry, back on the other point we were just talking about the people take things a little bit too seriously. Gabe mentioned that airsoft people have this problem as well, and I can absolutely see that.
Oh, the mill
I think I
simmers,
remember. Yeah, I think I remember something about. Oh god, there was one cringe photo that I remember seeing. It was like literally comparing like the bravery of air. I don't know. Now here's the thing. Now, everything we see on the internet, you got to take it with a grain of salt. But like, so I don't know if this is actually supposed to be like sincere or not. But it was like comparing the bravery of airsofters to that of the bravery of actual like military. It's like no, it was like this is not at all an accurate representation. But it's like the same kind of just like cringe nature of it. And I think part of the context as well that you were mentioning, you mentioned to me another time, but like not only were these guys treating it so far as to being an actual job, but they were also like going through the whole like scheduling thing of like, you know, you have to be active at this certain time, be ready to run at like this certain time, do this sort of preparations and whatnot. Just like all for the sake of literally playing a video game. And it was like it was like when you're taking it that seriously, and one, you're not getting paid for it, but two, you're basically just like you're simulating the experience of having a job without getting the payment. And it's like it's hard enough for us to like actually do the job with getting payment.
I'll tell you what, if you were to put the 1-for-1 experience of the military life into a video game, I guarantee you nobody wants to fucking play that.
No,
Nobody
God,
would
no.
want to play that fucking game.
Yeah,
Why would
MRE
you? Why
eating
would
simulator.
Yeah, why would you want
Crayon eating simulator.
Yeah.
There we go.
Why would you want to? Well, I mean, there are some people that likes MREs and whatnot, though. But like,
Yeah.
Again, a video game for its purpose is supposed
Dig a
to
whole
be
shit in the
fun.
sand.
Yeah. Why would you want to have a simulated experience like that?
Yeah.
Again, it's not. Video games are supposed to be played to have fun,
Mm-hmm.
not
It's probably something to
to-
mainly like unwind with, if anything.
even if it's.
I mean, unless you're doing like
simulated and whatnot.
esports stuff.
Yeah. Now, if you're if now it's a different thing if you like to play games like for the simulation part, but that like it's to an extent the simulation. You know, if it's a 1-for-1 kind of stuff like in the military context, nobody would want to play that because it's fucking boring as fuck.
Yeah.
I'll tell you one tactical
Oh, basic
VTuber.
training simulator. Imagine that.
Yeah, no.
You have to do
Basic
100 hours getting yelled at by a sergeant.
let's see. Do you want to experience a one-for-one experience in a video game of uh, conditioning through the gas chambers, where they line you up inside the gas chambers,
Oh, the tear
and then
gas.
you need tear gas, the tear gas chambers, and you need to remove your mask, and then you need to give your MOS, Soldier ID, and whatever the fuck to prolong that burning experience on your face. And then when you're
Yeah.
done with that, they make you walk outside. They make you walk outside, and the NCOs tell you to flap your arms up and down. And whatnot.
Right.
Do you think that's an enjoyable video game?
God, no.
No.
I mean, unless you're a
it's not.
masochist.
Well, I mean, everyone's got their preference, though. But conventionally, no, I would not find that to be an enjoyable experience. Oh, and
Sounds
for the
like a
record,
cursed version
the
of
whole
Mario Party.
fucking- Pummel Party?
Mario Party.
Well, no. A Pummel
Oh, I
Party
see. Yeah, yeah.
is also it's also
Right.
it's on Steam. It's a different version.
Right, yeah,
of Mario Party, basically a crude version of Mario Party. But
Yeah.
yeah, I see where you're coming from. Oh, and let's I'm gonna make the record. I'm gonna make the record straight about this. Anyone that has seen the exercise about walking outside of the gas chamber and flapping your arms and all that stuff, for anyone that does not know, or I'll just give people a heads up, flapping your arms does not do anything. That literally does not do anything for you when you're coming out there. That's just basically the NCOs telling you to flap your arms to have a laugh at you. That's to
Of course.
literally make you look stupid, so they can laugh at you when you're doing that. Flapping your arms does not serve any purpose, despite them saying that flap your arms, walk out there and flap your arms and whatnot. Yeah. No, don't believe what they say. It's not gonna help. It's not gonna help alleviate the burn. It's not doing anything for you. It was just for them to have a laugh.
Well, it's not like they could disobey the NCO anyway.
Yeah, you got to do it. You got to do it anyways because you're literally there in basics.
Yeah.
And you just need to shut up and just do.
You're literally a basic bitch.
Yeah. You're earning your knee pads and you're earning your knee pads and
The duty associated with them.
Yeah, quite literally.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, for those that earn your knee pads, those that in the military that will know that earning your knee pads, that's just basically another saying for like sucking your officer's dick, because you're sucking up to them. Always
Literally,
doing down
more ways
and
than one.
whatnot and taking their So anyone that does not know, is not in the military, or is that knows that term and whatnot, earning your knee pads, you're just sucking your officer's dick.
Exactly. Fuck, it serves the purpose of you reminding that you need to follow orders regardless of how to... Exactly. Literally.
Yeah.
That's how military works.
That's just how it is. You just shut up and you just do.
Just shut up
Stop
and do it.
thinking,
Exactly.
just do. Yeah.
No
I mean,
brain, just action.
It also does serve its purpose as well, not just like military guards and whatnot, but at least to me, the way how I see it, sometimes people kind of waste their time overthinking way too much about something and not just doing what they need to do. At least to that
Absolutely.
extent, I'd say. Like,
You gotta have balance.
let's see. Okay, you remember that old quote from Bruce Lee when he was talking to his son? I forgot which was.
Can't
it was
say I
Enter
do,
the
unfortunately.
Dragon? I think it was Enter the Dragon or something.
Did he enter the
It
dragon?
was black and white. I'm pretty sure he may have entered the dragon. It was a pretty deep one though, but
Ah,
yeah, but
allegedly.
there was a saying about his apprentice when he was telling him like the flow of how his body should move and whatnot, right? And he said, like, the whole entire thing is that how you flow, your body should be like water. When you put water into a cup, it becomes the cup.
Right.
And then, like, now his apprentice is telling him to now demonstrate that kind of notion. And then his apprentice says, "Okay, hold on, let me think." And then Bruce Lee just slaps him on the head, and he says, "Do not think,
Just do.
feel."
Ah.
No, do not think, feel. And he said, like, you can kind of translate that over and whatnot in order to get, like, shit done. Practically get shit done and whatnot. Don't think, just
Speaking of
do.
water, we just gotta hydrate.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Do not think about the hydration. Just feel the hydration going through you. You gotta feel that, Pat. That being said, that wouldn't work on me for in Myers-Briggs because I am a T in the Myers-Briggs. That is a thinker, not an F in the feeler.
When you come into the military, that whole thing, do first, think later, kind of serves a function, especially in the military applications, especially when it comes to a war fighting function.
The whole
That
shoot first, ask
has a
questions later thing.
that has a tendency to save lives and whatnot. So, like, you can see things like in movies, like, let's say in the movie American Sniper and whatnot. Have you ever watched a movie, American Sniper?
I think I've
Chris
watched
Kyle?
the original. I've watched the I don't know if it was American Sniper. I remember a few years back, like when I was 13 or 14. I think it was there was one. It was two sniper. There was one, and I watched the sequel as well. I think the sequel is where he got his like trigger finger cut off, or something. This might be a different one. I know this. At least it was a movie. It was a sniper movie. I at least know that.
It was like the most recent of movies regarding American Sniper.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah.
Was this would have been based on like would this have been based in the Middle East operation then?
Yeah, it was the Middle East. So.
Oh, okay. Then yeah. Unfortunately, I didn't see it. I did hear of. Oh, that was the one about. Oh, fuck.
The Battle of
I know the one
Ramadi.
you're talking about, but I haven't seen it.
Or was Somalia or Ramadi or something? Or where Chris Kyle, he is an actual operator. The American Sniper was based on the actual operator who's by the name of
2014.
Chris Kyle. God.
Yeah, I did not see that one.
Okay. So yeah, again, I believe is during Chris Kyle's Operation Ramadi. I believe, and there was
Fox,
many
goddamn
accounts
right.
and many eyewitness from him
Just make sure everything works first.
that he
The rest you can
actually
figure it out as
had
you go.
to put down a child who happened to be working with the insurgents and whatnot. And we're talking about this child that was holding explosives and whatnot and running to a group of Marines and whatnot. He had no choice, but he had to do what he had to do. If he took that single second to think about it, those Marines would have been gone.
Yeah.
So there's where I would say, like, an example of that, where you have to do and you think later. Otherwise, you would have lost lives.
No, exactly. In times of war, anything is a weapon.
Yeah. And this is hence the reason why I have a strong, passionate, fiery hate for bad guys. Whoever deemed to be terrorist and whatnot.
Because on top of that, like, even if the sniper hadn't shot him, that kid's not going to live anyway. Because at that point he's a suicide bomber, and the other side's already the insurgents have already taken advantage of the point that his life is expendable anyway, and so they don't care about him. Not saying that the sniper wouldn't have either, but like, first and foremost, you got to protect your crew. You got to protect your people. Exactly.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's like who else would have done otherwise in the same situation?
Here's it. Boss plays. Here's the issue. Bad guy is subjective. Every side thinks they're in the right.
I mean, that is true in the course of history. Nobody really thinks. There's no. In the case of the individual, nobody necessarily thinks they're evil. They'll, at least in terms of, well, maybe not in terms of the individual, in terms of like, in terms of philosophies, nobody really thinks they're evil. They just think they're doing the right thing in terms of what they think is right. And so, in like, even in the case of like world wars, like, it's hard to really call. I mean, at least for our perspective, we can see, you know, the other countries that we view as evil. But to them, like, they're just doing what they think is in their best interests, even if it does involve crimes against humanity. So it's the whole thing of like, like, you know, we can always see for sure, like, which country is in a conflict are doing the thing that people should not be doing, both morally and like, ethically, and also, you know, functionally. But those countries that are doing it do not think that they are in the wrong. So that is an accurate description, or at least perspective, I should say.
At the very least, I would have to go with like what Shocking Gabe is saying. He said, "I think when you get to the point of using children, I think it's safe to say they're a bad guy." So, like, we can go about it with ISIS, Taliban, and whatnot, in which their primary tactic is pretty much that of guerrilla warfare, unconventional warfare, and including using a civilian populace as a shield, or concealing themselves within that populace in order to fight against fight against other forces and whatnot.
I do also want to jump in. I think as well, like, part of the reasons why they would be so lenient to do so is on their side, like, anyone who is a casualty on their side in a wartime is literally a martyr in terms of like what their belief would be. So like they all end up in the same outcome anyway, regardless.
Yeah,
if that makes sense.
Again, it does make sense. Let's say like to not go too deep into the complexities of it.
Yeah.
Let's just agree that like in times of conflict, especially war, nobody wins. There's no such thing as a winner out of all these things. If we talk about the reality, let's all be real with each other. Let's be real for the sake of humanity. War is not a thing you ever want to get into. It's not fun to get into war. It is not fun to shoot at people. It's not fun to get shot at and all that stuff. It's not fun to get into these kinds of conflicts where people could die. And this is the reason
no. There's nothing productive coming out of war in the case of humanity.
Now you can say that like in war industry and whatnot.
Sure.
You know, yeah, sure. But
out of the raw actions of humans being in conflict, there is no positive outcome there. There's only death. Yeah, literally. Nobody can come out of that and say that there's any winners. Exactly.
And for anyone that like, you know, takes that kind of concept and like try to hammer on like realistic FPS games and whatnot that ties that kind of notion and whatnot, you kind of need to know the difference, or kind of need to know how to separate the reality from what is just, you know, the purpose of a video game to just have fun and whatnot.
Exactly.
You got to separate those realities, even though we know that like how close they could be to reality, and whatnot. Again, a video game will never be the one-for-one experience that you would actually experience. You're not going to experience the same PTSD that a soldier had on the field.
Oh God, no.
That you would have from like the most simulated military experience of a video game. It doesn't.
Because the closest you can ever get. Sorry, I'll let you finish.
Oh no, that's it. You're not going. Those two cannot correlate at all. The experience does not translate the same exact way.
Oh, of course. Like as realistic as a game can get, you're never gonna get closer to the realism of the actual experience. The only thing you're gonna get is you're gonna get closer to a more realistic idea of what the experience could be. But like you said, you're never gonna get a full 1-to-1, and especially when again that separation remains between yourself and the experience through a screen and a keyboard or through a VR headset. It's only at that point. At that point, it's still just a concept, albeit a very realistic concept, but still only a concept nonetheless. Until you actually put yourself in the experience firsthand, which you're never gonna be able to do through a video game, no matter how hard you try.
Oh yeah. And also, along with that, let's take with what Ready or Not.
Yeah.
Now, boy,
Oh,
how
yeah.
they do. My hat's off to the developers of Ready or Not. They said
Mhm.
that they want to deliver you the most closest to the real world experience, the dark, gritty reality in there, but at the same
Mhm.
time not glorifying all that stuff that you see.
Yeah,
Whatnot.
not like the
want-
SWAT TV show. No, I mean I think it's literally a show. I think there's literally like a drama series on TV called SWAT. I can't remember what the hell it is, but it's like
Cops.
when they turn. Actually, even just in general. Sorry to make this a tangent. We'll go back to the main point in a sec. But it's like even when you take like first responder scenarios and turn it into a drama series, then it's like. Personally, I don't see the point of it, but because at that point you're like you're deviating from what the role of a first responder and how they actually like operate in general, whether it's police, fire, ambulance, whatever it is, and making that and glorifying it. I mean, well, obviously, like first responders are we rely on them for a lot, but when I say glorifying, I don't mean like downplaying their importance, but more just like overly dramatizing the role into making it something much more different than it is. If that makes
that's
more
like-
sense.
I think that's just pretty much like taking liberties for the sake of storytelling.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Over dramatization.
almost-
Sorry, that's what I mean.
Yeah, over dramatization for the sake of storytelling. It's pretty much like the same thing, like how video games kind of take liberties from real life in order to have engaging gameplay. Now,
Yeah.
that's kind of like the responsibilities of like, production teams and whatnot. Of course, in order to make something engaging, you'll have to take some liberties with a little bit of unrealism in order to, retain your audience, your players, and whatnot for something engaging.
Exactly.
That is
Sorry, back over to radio.
stand- Yeah. Sorry, what was that?
Oh, sorry. I was saying. I wasn't sure if we'd done the porn or not, but I was saying I was handing it over back to the radio not discussion.
Oh, yeah. So right. Again, let's say for again, Ready or Not. Now,
Mhm.
again, the developers of Ready or Not wanted or Void Interactive. My hats off to them for actually doing a tactical FPS games that shows the grittier, more darker qualities of life. It's
Mhm.
pretty much like that of a satire of society from the perspective of law enforcers who is caught literally on a thin line between of criminals and the people that they swore to protect. That's a very daunting responsibility, and they also
Mhm.
do that in a storytelling kind of thing, in which in the single player campaign you play as a senior SWAT officer Judge. You probably may know that name when some of the times that you play in the game. He is also one selectable character voice that you can have in the game as Judge, but he is the main protagonist, senior officer that is in charge of his SWAT unit. And despite like all the really dark and almost parallel to real world context that is portrayed in Ready or Not, the developers made it a very transparent and clear thing that they do not glorify any of those inhumanities that is portrayed. They do not glorify any of they don't glorify any of those bad things that may trigger people and whatnot. Heck, you can even, for those that know or have played Ready or Not, we there's like so many controversies going around the supposed elephant mission, which is the controversial school shooting map or a school shooting mission. Now, of course, there's going to be a lot of controversies about that because the context of how close parallel that school shootings are, especially in America. But the main thing that the developers made transparent and clear is that you are playing as a SWAT unit that is trying to stop or prevent that from the shootings from happening. Hence, is also it reinforces that they are not glorifying any of these bad things.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, a game can portray these very real world or almost parallel to real world circumstances. Could be satire to real life society and whatnot. But just as long as the developers have made it, transparent and clear, and even through their gameplay, that they do not glorify any of these bad things. That they put the players in the shoes of that entity that is trying to stop, these bad things. Heck, even like anyone that knows the story that goes on in Ready or Not,
Mm-hmm.
I'd say that it's justifiable for the devs to portray this dark and gritty world in their video game.
Oh, absolutely.
even
There's a
for
lot of dark environments. Sorry. There's a lot of dark experiences that go on in that game as well, or dark scenarios, I should say. A lot of things that people wouldn't expect to see, and like a lot of things are also rather unsettling as well. But the thing with that is, like, a SWAT team's job is not going to be pleasant, for one thing. Like, you want realism, there's nothing, a lot of times SWAT teams are going to deal with some
about the risk. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is literally the first thing that they actually did in the storytelling with Judge and all that stuff is the risk. Despite them doing their job, going in there and stopping the bad guys and shooting and all that, or like stopping them by using lethal means, because the suspect did not give them any choice and whatnot. It was literally that situation. It's either their life or it's either their life or his life and whatnot.
Exactly.
That's a very hard thing for law enforcers to do, even especially in SWAT. And that's the reason why I always keep saying I'm not in military or in SWAT or anything, but it's obvious with the engagements of how law enforcement and in military applications are very, very different. I think that in law enforcement and SWAT rules of engagements or ROEs are a lot more difficult to manage, because you're not only dealing with the civilian population, but you're also going to deal with the legalities that happens after when you do your action that you need to do. Especially that means like shooting or killing a suspect and whatnot. There comes legalities that come to it, and then you need to the officer will need to deal with how the public sees that. They might even see you as the bad guy and whatnot.
Exactly.
But, like my God,
Like,
my hats off to these law enforcement that has to actually deal with that shit. How do you think? What do you think is going on in their minds, knowing that this is the responsibility, or these are the risks that they'll have to take, or like they will have to take that, even though, despite that they have to do what they need to do, and whatnot, they still do what they still have to do, like in order to quote unquote protect the public. And they still do it, despite that, even if the public may crucify them for that, they still do it. And my God, that is easily looked over, and I really wish that like more people in society would kind of see it in that way, especially for the people like law enforcers that are actually doing their jobs, but still get crucified for doing it, And that I have to thank the devs in Ready or Not that actually, through their video games and through their storytelling, in that made me actually realize that. It was a video game that made me realize that. Ironically, right?
Mm-hmm. No, exactly. And yeah, even without the full 1-to-1 like immersion, it still brought out the reality of the situation and what exactly they had to go through when performing their duties, right?
Yeah. It's the reason why they some law enforcers is that old saying LOEs or law enforcement or wait
Elio.
LEOs LEOs, yeah, law enforcement
Mhm.
officers. They're literally walking on the thin blue line. The thin blue
That
line.
makes sense.
Some folks probably may have heard that as like a really old saying, but
Mhm.
anything when it comes to like uh law enforcement, they are getting it from both sides, and I'm not talking about like the entirety of law enforcement. I know there are some there are bad cops, there is corrupted elements there in law enforcement.
As is part of
And
the
with
Reading Not
both
experience
sides,
as well, actually,
yeah. Some of my
with the
friends
FISA.
that has like
Not to
zero
spoil anything.
trust. Yeah. Uh, some of my friends have like zero trust of law enforcers and police officers and whatnot, in which like the reality for anyone that is like working as a law enforcer or a police officer, especially in America, is nowadays to be considered as a suicide job and whatnot, because like now the thin blue line that they used to walk on like decades ago, that has become like more of a micro line in
Mm-hmm.
which they really have no line for error when they need to do their duty, and also at the same time they are just pretty much at the mercy of the public, that they need to cater to the public. Otherwise, more complexity is going to come up between uh, the general public and you know the police department of where their jurisdiction may be. So yeah, it's that kind of reality I was not able to know about. That's until I played Ready or Not, and then I look further deeper into the storytelling aspect of Ready or Not.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, ironically, like if mom and dad ever tell you that you never learn anything from video games, I'm sorry, mom, or I'm sorry, mom, dad. How do you think I ever got past those exams on history class about the Roman, Greek and Roman mythology? Assassin's Creed.
There you go. That'll get a first-hand visit to the Vatican, and then kill the Pope.
Yeah,
Allegedly, anyway.
but yeah, again, um, a lot. There's a reason why I really do love these more realistic, tactical-oriented FPS games, because not only that, it encourages cooperation, coordination, communication with other people that you may play with and whatnot. It also does kind of for the audience that it's intended for a mature audience. It does give it does kind of give a sense of reality and whatnot that should be a thing that should be minded. Now I'm not talking about for like younger audience that could be able to legally get their hands on that kind of stuff. Again, that goes back to the responsibility of the consumers.
Mm-hmm.
Now that's a different thing. Folks, be responsible with content that with the content that you may consume. For those that are in mass communication, media practices, and all that stuff, be responsible and be media literate, okay? And whatnot. Again, as much as content
Don't believe
creators
the hype,
or
so to
people
speak.
yes, yeah, literally. That's one thing. And like, as much as consumers, consumers are, you guys have
Mhm.
a responsibility on your end as much as developers, producers, content creators have their responsibilities. It's not a one-sided thing. It's a thing that comes from both sides, and both sides have responsibility to uphold. All right, so I'll just leave it at that as the tangent. And let's see, going
Exactly.
back to the other thing that I was saying about what our thing, what our thing that we do on Sunday Squad for tactical FPS games and whatnot. You're talking to me about. You want to ask me a little bit more about, you know, uh, what we do with the Sunday Squad and whatnot. Why exactly did you want to bring about Sunday Squad? Why did you brought me to as field commander for this segment? What
Well,
exactly
personally,
was it
like I
that
said,
you wanted?
yeah, good. Well, like I said, personally, I found, compared to how I was just playing the game before, where I was just kind of running around willy-nilly, once I actually started to get a proper, because my main thing was, I actually wanted to get a, I, seeing how I was playing it with Dawn and company the first time, versus how I could see what you and the others were actually kind of wanting to get more out of it.
Mm.
It was also initially like a thing of I guess how was I put it? It was for one, I felt like how the way that I was operating initially was kind of counterintuitive how the game was designed for. And so one of the reasons why I came to you guys initially is because, like I said, I wanted to learn how to actually,
How to work in a team.
yeah, I wanted to learn how to work in a team and actually be and actually be, I guess in a way is actually be useful. On top of that, for one thing, because it's one thing when you're trying to run a coordinated effort, and then I got off to the side just being Rambo, and so sure, while it may be fun for the one person in and of itself, it's not it's not enjoyable in the group context, and there's that lack of synergy there with the one person not coordinating properly. But so what I wanted, my main thing with that was that my main thing with that sorry, I'm getting a little bit brain fried. But I'm just trying to think of the right wording. It
You kind
was
of want
that.
to have the experience of running in a running in a team or something. That kind
Yeah,
of
I actually wanted.
immersive.
Yeah, I wanted to actually. I wanted to actually. Yeah, I want to actually get the proper experience of being a proper team contributor,
player?
if that makes more sense. Yeah, exactly.
Team player, yeah.
Yeah, so that's why I wanted to learn how to actually. That's how I wanted to learn to coordinate a lot better. Actually, that's the best way to put it. Is I wanted to be able to get the most experience out of the game in the way that it was initially intended, and the best way to be able to do that, especially, was to do that as part of a properly coordinated team and actually, do the things that the game intended for you to do in the first place, and not just run solo and just speed run the whole damn thing. And
the 3 C's of teamwork, coordination, cooperation, communication, and whatnot. I can definitely tell
Exactly.
you this. My entryway into that would have to be when I first met my good friends Leo and Danjo. And that was actually on the hardcore mode in Insurgency Sandstorm. I was just playing a hardcore mode on there, and then just by chance I happened to run into these two.
Yeah.
And they were entirely randos to me. We never met up until that, that one fateful match on the PvE hardcore server
Yeah.
on Insurgency Sandstorm. And of course, the conditions, TTK, was unforgiving. But when we started communicating, at least it took one of us to start talking and communicating. One of us followed the other's lead. And now one that started communicating, that started working cohesively, has become two, which was followed. I think it was me first, and then Leo, and then Danjo that followed up, and all that stuff. And then eventually, guess what? The whole entire lobby started communicating. It was literally that of a leadership that started, and now the rest has followed to that. And that was an experience that I never knew would come up from an FPS game. It was weird.
Right.
And I thought that, like, hey, maybe I'm just overthinking about this. Let me try playing hardcore a little bit more. And then lo and behold, it happened again.
Yeah.
Started communicating and all that stuff. At least in hardcore mode, that's where you usually will meet people that wants to work as a team, because the game becomes even more unforgiving at hardcore parameters, or parameters, right? So the best thing you want to do is work together with the people that you're dealt with, or work together with the people that you're paired with, stacked with.
Yeah.
And so that kind of experience, I've experience, I've carried that along with me up until the point that I decided to become a VTuber. But then I thought I already have this avatar, tactical in me, and I really do like tactical FPS games at that time. That was like at the tail end of when I just transitioned from being a competitive arcade style shooter type of FPS gamer to what I am right now, which is more team-based, tactically orientated, and whatnot, immersive, quasi-realistic tactical gameplay and whatnot. So from that was literally stemmed from playing Insurgency Sandstorm when I met Danjo and Leo, who are quite literally my closest of friends when it comes to the tactical FPS scene.
Yeah.
And then, like, ever since then, I've been playing Insurgency Sandstorm. It's still my bread and butter game. I've always been playing Insurgency Sandstorm on hardcore, and I still do get those experiences where I'm just basically communicating, and then working as a team, and then eventually these randos literally followed my example, and then now everyone starts following up on that teamwork, and then eventually all these randos and me, who we never met, that we just met on that lobby, we came out on top through a collective effort that was all of us, but we never met each other at all. That
is all spontaneous.
Yeah. And that is like a satisfaction that I would have a lot more than any kind of like competitive multiplayer
MVP
game
win,
where one person is considered the MVP and placed on this pedestal and whatnot, right? So yeah, that's something of that kind of experience is why my content revolves that as a tactical VTuber / seasoned tactical FPS player. And I will continue to keep collaborating with more people in this experience that I want to share more. Just much like how Ratanak45 loves to share his experience in playing Team Fortress 2 in his 100 plus collaborations with other VTubers. This is my version of like that. I want to collab with other VTubers. Ideally with other tactical VTubers and whatnot, since we are very spread and sparse in between. I want to get with other tactical VTubers, stack with them and play some tactical FPS games. Do some serious tactical gaming and also some fucking around and all that stuff because we don't take this shit too seriously and whatnot.
Exactly.
And then there you go. That's pretty much my ultimate goal. My ultimate, excuse me, my ultimate goal as a VTuber, specifically the niche that is a tactical VTuber.
Well, I mean, honestly, it makes sense to me because like in turn as well, like one of the reasons why I keep the Sunday Squad going as well. Like, well, I mean, first off, how it turns into the Sunday Squad is, after that experience of running a regular knot where that first experience of getting properly completing a mission as a tactical unit. Like I said, I found that to be much more rewarding than any other way of playing the game, or even a lot of other games that I've played before. And like I said, like it was good. Like I enjoy the mental stimulation of that as well. And so like, that was something that I wanted to keep going with. I found it much more rewarding than just the fucking around that we were doing with Don Koala the first couple times I played the game, for sure. And so, yeah.
Well, no, I mean, Don Koala, he does.
The guy's fun as hell. Love the dude.
Yeah.
But
yeah, he does.
His approach to the game is a little bit different than we was.
Well, here's the thing. I don't discriminate on the way how people, how they engage, a mission and whatnot. There's many different ways to.
Yeah, Chunk for that, Pat. Good to see you as well.
There's many different ways to go about an operation and whatnot. Don Koala and many others got their ways and whatnot. I usually me.
Well, he plays Epic, so you gotta kind of assume.
Yeah, but I mean, there.
Sorry, Don, I love you.
Some of my boys. I have some of my boys that also comes from playing Call of Duty and whatnot, and they're more.
Yeah.
They have a tendency to flow a little bit more dynamically or a little bit more faster and whatnot. For me, I don't. For me, I usually like to make that as like a thing that I work for myself in terms of like adapting to different people, different ways of going about a mission. I adapt in the way how a person goes and whatnot. And at this point, I've already went through the whole spectrum of going either methodical or just pure dynamic and whatnot, because this person is like, he comes from Call of Duty, so he has a more tendency to go more dynamic, faster paced and whatnot. And okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that. I can be able to adapt to that as long as you can be able to, as long as we can be able to work something out as a team.
Yeah.
Then I don't mind.
You gotta maintain the team aspect, of course.
Find it, and I usually see that as like a management from my end first.
Yeah.
I don't like to be the one to complain. I don't like to complain about another person though, because I don't know exactly where they, like how they go about. Well, no. I don't know exactly where they came from.
Yeah.
In terms of playing a game their way. I am not in the right to judge them, right? So I'm not going to be that person. Rather, I will take it upon myself to adapt, to learn from others and whatnot. So I know that like one of my friends by Junue Long and whatnot. I know his background. He comes from the competitive esports scene of Call of Duty and whatnot. And
Right.
whenever he stacks with me for playing Ready or Not, I know that he has a more tendency to go dynamic, more explosive, faster in engagement. So
Yeah.
that to me, I know that, and if I do need to change up tactics and I need to adapt to that whenever I stack to him, I am able to adapt and stack to that
hmm
and whatnot. So that's where you kind of see me as the middle person and whatnot, or like me as a team leading role to be aware of how everyone goes about. I need to know, like how this person engages, what is their tendency when it comes to engagement, or how they roll in the stack and all that stuff. That's also the responsibilities of me taking up a team leading role, is when I know the strong points and the weak points of each individual of my team and whatnot, and then
Yeah.
I need to figure out a way how I'm able to make all consider that and many other things to work out as a victory in a collective effort from me and my team. And hence is the
Yeah.
reason why you sometimes hear in my stream I say, hold on a second, let me figure this out and
hmm
whatnot. Some people do not actually see what exactly is going on with that, and then they see that in the gameplay kind of hangs and kind of slows down a little bit too much for their taste, in which that
Right.
I've lost some followers because of that. But I had to make that clear on Twitter,
Yeah.
saying about exactly what is going on when I say hold on, let me figure this out. It's
hmm
basically what I'm doing is that I'm considering everything, as much information as I can, the strong points, weak points, capabilities of my team and myself, what we're dealing with, my terrain, our equipment, everything about that as a team leading role, who's responsible to making sure that, everyone in the team, everyone in teams emerges victorious, comes back
hmm
home alive and whatnot. Quite literally, the structure of the team literally follows that of the team leader. And in order for a team leader to be efficient, you need to know your team members, each and every single one of them, strong
Exactly.
points, weak, and all that stuff. And when I say when when parameters on a mission or a situation in a mission changes to something I'm not expecting, that's the reason why I say, like, hold on, let me figure this out. Despite like some of the guys telling like what TL, what are we gonna do? We can't stay
Yeah.
out here and all that stuff and whatnot. Again, that puts pressure. That puts pressure on the team lead and whatnot. But I'm aware and I understand that that's the kind of pressure that team leads need to be used to and whatnot.
Yeah.
Because don't get me wrong, I'm not. Don't think that I'm nervous. Trust me,
No. Yeah.
this I am nervous. I am scared. I am nervous,
Mm.
but not because that I'm going to fail. Or well, no, no.
Yeah.
I'm not scared and nervous because that I can't be able to do what I need to do. I am
hmm
scared and nervous um, because I mind the risk that me and my team will need to deal with, and I mind that is everyone in my team gonna come back alive? Because again,
Absolutely.
for a team leader, you're responsible to make sure that everyone will come up on top. You're responsible and accountable for those that are still up and running or is just dead and whatnot, right? So
Exactly.
again, for just to clear up the air for anyone that is watching right now, um, how do I put this? Do understand your team leaders when they are actually like minding that or like trying to take their time. Be patient with your team leaders. because they are trying to do their best to make sure that you and the rest of the team, comes up victorious, or comes up at top. Because ideally, for every team leader, each and every single one of you are his responsibility, right? So as each individual member in the fire team, try to understand that as much as you have your responsibilities, your team lead has his responsibilities, in which is every single one of you are his responsibility. And that's the reason why
Absolutely.
when I say, hold on, let me figure this out, it's not because I want to stall or anything.
Yeah.
Or I'm just scared or whatever. Sure, I may be nervous, I may be a little bit scared, but dude, I'm a team leader. I'm supposed to make sure that, that you're supposed to be alive at the end of this, right?
Exactly.
So how do you
It's like
think
when you miss a turn, your GPS tells you recalculating.
Yeah. You gotta have patience. So,
Exactly.
be kind, be patient to your team leads if you're playing like any kind of simulated tactical FPS game and whatnot, and you have a team lead that is that actually minds everyone that's on the team. Tell you just tell them to hold and just wait for further instruction. Just be patient and hold, because chances are your team lead is cooking. So
Exactly.
let them cook.
Exactly. Eventually, they'll cook you a nice, delicious roast turkey or a medium rare steak.
Yeah.
But either way, let them do their job. Basically, the end result in the end will be, it'll be worth it in the end, basically, for everyone.
Yeah,
Luckily.
they have as much as a job as like everyone else in the fire team, right?
Exactly.
So, yeah.
They are the chef, basically.
Yeah, let them cook.
So let them cook.
Cause yeah, just you just need to make sure you just give it the time for just gotta give it time for the protein to cook. You don't want it raw. Otherwise you're gonna piss off
Exactly.
Gordon Ramsay over there.
Exactly. And if anything, get a nice medium rare. Then it will at least make Hank Hill happy.
I'm more of a well done person myself, I'll be honest.
Get the
but,
fuck out of my channel, then. No, just kidding. I'm not going to judge you for that, even if you're wrong.
Nobody here likes well done or anything. Am I the only one?
Well,
Oh shit.
if they did, I'd probably ban them already.
Me are rare, superior. In
I don't
every
even
way.
know you anymore, sir. I'm just kidding.
Oh shit.
I'm not. It's all good.
Welcome back,
It's all
Fox.
good. Welcome back, Fox. You came in at a very interesting time. But that being said, that steak preferences aside, that is another debate for another day. We are coming up to the top of the hour though, so we're gonna have to wrap up soon. But I will just finish, if I may, just my current point on the Sunday Squad. The reason why I do keep that going as well is because, for one reason, since I enjoyed the actual tactical teamwork element of that game, being able to accomplish things as a properly choreographed unit. The other games that you presented me as well, Bikes. Well, for one, also kind of brings me back a little bit to my Battlefield days, but the other games you presented me as well provide new opportunities for different experiences and different scenarios to experience kind of the same. I want to say procedure is the right word, but the same approach, I guess, in different scenarios, and kind of see how things apply in different environments. And so that's one of the reasons why I haven't quite enjoyed the rotations that we've had, and to play different games. Even one of the interesting anomalies being like SCP-5K, where it's applying those very realistic FPS scenarios to a very much more surreal environment, especially when you're dealing with different entities that one would not normally expect to engage in a tactical environment.
The tactical. Oh yeah, the relevantly new tactical. What was that? A hardcore tactical. Wait.
I can't remember what it's called, but I know what you're getting at.
hardcore tactical FPS horror genre.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
whatnot. So yeah, that's a fairly recent genre in which I'm very grateful that my God, the developers at SCP-K or SCP-5K, they done an amazing job with being like the first to touch on this subgenre of the tactical FPS scene. Now we're getting more titles that's following off of that. We have Contain and from Gaijin, the makers of War Thunder. They in next year in
When's Contain coming up, by the way?
Oh, it is out. It's just early access.
Oh, I see. Oh, right. $18 now. Oh, I already have it. Never mind.
Yeah. And let's see. There will be another game coming out from the same people that made War Thunder. It's another it's another tactical FPS horror game called Active Matters. And it's also on Steam. You can wishlist and follow that. I am not gonna lie.
Oh yeah, I remember that one.
Yeah, and knowing Gaijin Entertainment, a majority of their games all their games are free. So most likely this particular title will also be free to play.
That'll be nice to look forward to.
Yeah, so I'm
You
thinking
could save
that,
the money,
like,
buy
maybe
yourself a delicious medium rare steak.
Oh boy, I think I probably might need me one of those.
There we go. But I do want to say as well that throughout all the various games that we have played on our Sunday weekly get together, that, of course, being the reason why it's called the Sunday Squad is because we run every Sunday, which happened to be when I usually did the collabs that we started out with, and seems to be the best time and place for us to run as it is, and so that's why no matter what despite the fact that the rest of my content outside of that day may be variety, like I will always reserve the Sunday mornings because it's usually about 5 a.m. my time because my sleep schedule is always already fucked up as it is. But that is why, regardless of what I do in the rest of my variety streams, the Sunday mornings will all be reserved for the hardcore tactical FPS engagements with my Sunday Squad crew. Well, with my Sunday Squad, I should say. And of course, being led under the... yeah, exactly. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I'm kind of just awake and asleep whenever the hell I am.
Well, I mean, what is sleep?
But, exactly. We don't sleep, we only wait. But through all the different experiences that we had throughout the different games that we've got to enjoy in the Sunday Squad, I think one of the best things, of course, at least one of the most enjoyable, one of the most consistent as well, and in terms of both gameplay and expectations, is being able to run under the leadership of Mr. Louis here, who I, of course, has designated accordingly as the field commander of this Sunday Squad. Appreciate all your hard work that you've been doing for the squad and for every Sunday in terms of both, not just in terms of running the not just in terms of commanding the squad itself, but also in terms of picking the games for the different days as well. You definitely got a good rotation, and like hell, I just trust your judgment in general. You do a damn good job knowing what you're doing, and hey, I appreciate all the effort you put into doing it. So thank you so much for everything that you've been doing so far, and always look forward to run with you every Sunday.
Well, I appreciate you trusting me in my judgment, because I'll let you know about this. I do have my moments where I make some bad calls, but at the very least,
we all
pay
do.
for it later. You know that old notion. You may make bad calls now, just make sure you pay for it later.
Exactly.
That's what
Exactly.
I'm
And it's what happens when you use a broken payphone, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you probably might need to remind the crowd what's the date right now? It's Saturday, so like tomorrow is going to be another Sunday Squad segment or something.
Correct. Yeah, I was gonna get to that point. I was gonna get to the point in one sec, but did you want to? Is there anything else? Obviously, we'll get another chance to catch up another time on more conversation. But is there anything before I wrap up the segment myself as well? Is there anything else like to say to the viewers before we go?
Uh, I'd say. Actually, for some reason, I am coming up with a blank. For this. I'd say.
You already spent all
Yeah,
the shells, now you're
I'd
shooting
play-
links.
Yeah, pretty much. If you guys ever get the chance of playing tactical FPS games, try to go about it in a more like tactical manner. What do I mean by tactical manner? I mean, observe the 3 C's of teamwork:
Exactly,
coordination,
Chunk.
cooperation, communication. And I assure you, working with a team, playing a realistic tactical game the way how it should be, I assure you, the feeling and the reward of it is very different from what you would get from most competitive multiplayer games and whatnot. Do give it a try. Games like these I would recommend is Insurgency Sandstorm,
Oh, Night Fox.
Ready or Not, Zero Hour, give me a sec.
6 Days in
0
Fallujah.
Hour, 6 Days in Fallujah, Operator, do
And for the hell of it, SCP-5K.
Ground Branch, SCP-5K, yeah, SCP-5K, Ground Branch, a lot of those realistic tactical FPS games where the mechanics are just so unforgiving that it requires you to work with a team and whatnot. So yeah, just do sometimes play your FPS games in a more tactical manner and see if the experience is anything different for you.
Exactly.
Other than that, just continue hunting bad guys the way
Absolutely.
how you like
Exactly. That's the important part. Now I gotta take my car in on Monday, so I know a thing or two already about unforgiving mechanics. But anyway, exactly. It's the time of year again.
to. Yeah.
But Louis, it was a pleasure getting to have you in with me today. Gonna have you in with all of us, I should say. Appreciate everyone who got tuned in as well. Got to ask my field commander of the Sunday Squad some questions as well, and getting to learn more about your side of your take on the VTubing world and your experience with the tactical gaming, tactical FPS environment, and everything going about that. Sorry about closing a little bit all over the place as well. I've been awake for quite a little bit myself, so getting a little bit of nap in there myself as well. But I'm looking forward to seeing you again, sir, on this Sunday, the 24th at 5 a.m. Pacific time, and whatever the hell this time it is where you will be, or whatever the hell time it is in the Philippines yourself as well. And we will see all of you back in about 5 hours from now for an evening run of Crab Champions. But that being said, Louis, as you were the guest of honor today, do you have anyone particular you'd like us to raid to?
Let's see. A lot of my friends as of right now is holy shit, Stalker 2.
Like 1 a.m. Filipino time or 2 a.m.
It's 4 a.m. Filipino time
Damn!
right now, dude.
Well,
Christ. Okay, man, I just going down the list here, I'm just seeing nothing but Stalker 2. Okay, since we're on the topic of tactical VTubers and whatnot, I'd say we can raid out to another tactical VTuber who happens to be a kind of an acquaintance of mine. Is a tactical cow VTuber by the name of Wishy Tactical, yeah. Is Wishy VT. She's actually pretty well known in the tactical VTuber scene and whatnot, and arguably
we've rated them before, actually. I remember them.
Have we?
Yeah, a long time ago. Like back in the summer. They're reviewing chicken tendies, apparently.
That's one thing that we could have. Or there's another one. I'll make this as a choice. This is a flesh tuber, a real actual operator who's a streamer, and I mentioned him before. Is none other than Israel Wright, former Army Green Beret, who is also streaming Stalker 2. On Twitch, he is called My Happy Self. And I tell you, he is such a swell guy. He's a very nice person. Trust me. Despite him, being a former Army Green Beret, I've also discovered him through Gameology when he was doing reacts to several video games on their channel. So I know both of them are streaming Stalker 2. But one is a Flesh Tuber and one's a VTuber. One that we've already rated, and the other we haven't. So
Would you rather go for a repeat or a new face?
You want to do a new face?
Up to you. What's your call?
I mean, have you seen Israel ride before? My happy self?
No, but they do have the same mic as me, or at least they have similar. So I already am feeling some familiarity with them there. So I think we can go for that then. We can go to my happy self today.
Oh man, you're going to love him. He's such a swell guy. I swear. He probably is like the most nicest guy in the military community. I swear. What's great? He smiles all the time, dude.
Be interesting to see him in a drill sergeant role for sure.
Yeah. But
before we go there, of course. No, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead.
I didn't mean. You finish first because I'm about to wrap up. All right, I mean, I was about to do the wrap up statement, but if you have anything else you'd like to throw in before we go, by all means, please feel free to do so.
No, that's just pretty much it. I don't really think of anything on the top of my head. I pretty much said what I need to say. We pretty much covered a good amount about me, so I don't really got anything else to hide anymore, except for my personal flesh life and whatnot. But that's a different existence.
We don't care about that. No, I was kidding. Well, I mean, personally, like I know that. Yeah, exactly. 3D PD for a reason. But that aside, that's another story for another day. Again, Louis, I appreciate you taking time to sit down with me. I'm sorry that I ran into a little bit like 4 a.m. your time, but I guess it is a weekend for all of us. So hopefully it's not too big of an issue. Yeah. But good to see you as always. We're glad to get a bit more of an in-depth discussion with you. I do appreciate the opportunity for sure. Seeing on the, I was gonna say seeing on the other side of the muzzle, but that doesn't make sense. We're always behind the gun anyway, at least hopefully. But getting to talk a bit more about you, getting to talk a bit more with you, in depth about the experiences, you've had in the VTuber scene and with just everything else surrounding it, especially in the tactical FPS atmosphere as well.
VTuber scene.
Exactly.
Just let you guys know, we tactical VTubers, we do exist. All right, we're a thing.
If you can't see them, they're probably wearing the ghillie suits.
Yeah, it's either we're just in concealment and our camouflage is working really well.
Exactly. And on that note, like I said, we'll see y'all again in about 5 hours for more crab, and then back on Sunday for 5 a.m. that time for Pacific time for next round of Insurgency Sandstorm, of course, with the Sunday Squad. But for now, I'm gonna go over to my happy self. So of course, get this in the clipboards, everybody, and we'll initiate the raid. And I'll copy that in my clipboard too. We shall see. But sending over second, but before we go, of course, remember, the world's your oyster, so make sure not to leave without a pearl necklace. See y'all next time, and ciao from me, everybody.
Kicking off your workday with a fresh-baked feline frenzy.
You're watching and listening to Nyongo Bongo Dongo.
Now let's get this bread.
Hey, boogie, boogie,